We are recording. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay, Morena, tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei hui, Scott tōku ingo. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of this first round of hearings. Today we're dealing with the tangata whenua section of chapter 1. We are going to be receiving our first submitter remotely via Teams, and that is Tiffany Kapa-Kingi.
Yes, he's online.
Are you there? Can you chip? Kia ora, Morena. Can you hear me? Okay, something so we know we can hear you.
Kia ora, Morena.
Right, that's very good. Okay, so we are the district plan hearing panel. My name is Robert Scott. I've got a planning background. Beside me to my right here is Commissioner Alan Watson. He's also a planning background. Morning. Beside Commissioner Watson is Councillor Felicity Foy.
Tēnā koe.
And to my left, we have Siani Walker, with a planning background. And then beside Siani Walker is Hilda Holkard-Harawera, who's also a councillor. And we're going to start with before we get to the submissions, we'll go with start with a karakia.
Yes.
That's going to be led by Ms. Burka.
Kia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te ata akura, he tio, he hoka, he hau hunga, ti hei mauri o.
And just before we go to you, Mr. Kapa-Kingi, we just need to deal with a procedural matter. Our planning officer who wrote the Section 40A report, Section 42A report, just wants to address a procedural matter with regards to submission number 379.
Kia ora, thank you. Yes, submission 379 is Kaikohe Ariki Trust, one submission point that has been deferred to the rezoning hearing. So it's just a procedural matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll enter that into the record. Okay, so Mr. Kapa-Kingi, is that how to pronounce your name correctly? Are you ready to present your submission?
Tēnā tātou. Ruia, tahia, kia he moa ke te kākoa, kia halia mai te kawaukoro ki, kia tātaki mai tana pūkoro whaikaro, he kuaka mā rangaranga, tahi te manu kātou ki te tāhuna, tau atu, tihei mauri ora. He mihi atu ana ki tā tātou, ki tō tātou kaihakarite i tēnei ata, nau anō, ngā manaakitanga te wāhi ngaro, i tō mai ki runga, ki tēnei huinga, ki tēnei kaupapa, ki enei taura, ki enei tauira, tēnei ka mihi. E whakaro atu ana ki ngā tini mate o te wā, rātou, ngā mātua, ngā whainga i te pō, ko tahi anō kōrero mō rātou, hara mai haere, ki tua o rehua, ki tua o reiao, hoki mai rā te rārangi kōrero ki a tātou, ki te hunga ora, e kōkiri nei, e ore nei, e korikori nei, koia tēnei ko te aotūroa, tātou ki a tātou, e tūnei ki te awatea, tēnā tātou. Tēnā koutou, kei ngā ringa waiwai o te kaunihera, e hakahaere ana i enei rungorongotanga e pānei ki te mahere o te rohe, o te whānota, taku titiro, he mahinga nui tēnei, he haerenga roa, no reira tēnei, ka hakatō i te kaha mā rohi o ngā mātua tupuna ki runga ki a koutou, kia kahara, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tipene ahau, he mokopuna, no te au pauri, he mokapuna nā te ika nui, rātou ko tihe, ko kōhine, tēnei kātau ki runga ki tēnei huinga, tēnei ka mihi ki a tātou, ko hakapiri mai, ko hakawhaiti mai ki runga ki tēnei kaupapa. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora, tipene Kapakingi, here representing Te Aupōuri Commercial Development Limited as being the submitter, but also representing the group of Te Runanga Nui o Te Aupōuri, submitting our kōrero here today. I was told to give a little bit of background about myself, my qualifications and my background and experience. So I've been educated and upskilled both in Pākehā and Māori medium education systems. My Pākehā education qualifications include a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Wellington, Victoria. And I've also been trained and upskilled in whare wānanga, tikanga, reo, kōrero tuku iho, whakapapa, karakia Māori. So that's who I am. And my primary role within Te Aupōuri is in the commercial arm, Te Aupōuri Commercial Development and Fisheries Management. And the focus of my role is really to grow and diversify our commercial asset base to increase and sustain the economic benefits to be derived now and into the future for our tamariki mokopuna. So that's my introduction. I'll go ahead and share my presentation now, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Kapai, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Kapai, so the kōrero I always like to start off with any presentation, any koho pertaining to my iwi of Te Aupōuri. I always go back to the kōrero of our tupuna Plaude Ngaruhe, who was one of the signatories of Te Tiriti o Waitangi on behalf of Te Aupōuri. And his kōrero states, puritia te whenua e kore e puritia he whetū kamo kamo. And what this translates to is hold fast to the land, for one cannot hold on to shining stars. And that talks about the value of whenua, the value of being connected to the land, of holding on to the land, of looking after the land for the livelihood, the oranga of our people, of our iwi. It's very much related to the whenua and the value and the hua that the whenua holds. And some further context relating to this kōrero. So this kōrero was shared by Plaude Ngaruhe at the time of the Muri Whenua South transaction. Yeah, so this is the 1860s post-signing of Te Tiriti. And for those of you who aren't aware of the Muri Whenua South transaction, that transaction included the Crown fraudulently acquiring over 100,000 acres within the Muri Whenua Te Hiku district for, at that time, I think it was £1,000 for over 100,000 acres. And the reason why that transaction was fraudulent is because not all of the owners of that whenua agreed with the transaction, including my tupuna Plaude Ngaruhe, hence this kōrero. So he was strongly against the transaction, the Muri Whenua South transaction going forward, but alas, it still went forward. and it rendered my iwi and many other iwi within the Te Hiku district landless. So that's the context that I always like to start with when it comes to talking about the aspirations and the strategic direction of my iwi of Te Aupōuri. What we're going to cover today is ko wai mātou, ko wai tēnei iwi, nōhea a Te Aupōuri, kei hea hoki tōna rohe rohenga. So who is this iwi and where is our area of interest? We're also going to go over our treaty settlement, and then our organisational structure that we currently operate in, and then also what are our strategic priorities in general, what are we trying to achieve for our people, and then what are we trying to achieve through this hearing process for the benefit of not just Te Aupōuri, but ngā iwi o te hiku, ngā iwi o te taitokero whānui. So, ko te iwi o Te Aupōuri, kore rāna hau mo Te Aupōuri ki roto o te kao. So I'm referring specifically to Te Aupōuri within te kao. Now there are other heke of Te Aupōuri within further down the west coast, Pawarenga, and then also down towards the North Hokianga, Mitimiti. But from a runanga o Te Aupōuri perspective, from a membership criteria perspective, the Aupōuri we are referring to are the descendants of Te Ikanui, who was our primary tupuna, and his two wives, Tihia and Kohine, which I'll show more of in the following slide. We are signatories of Te Hakaputanga and Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Our tupuna Te Mahia signed Te Hakaputanga, and our two tupuna Praone Ngaruhe, who I just referred to, and Te Wiki Taitimu, both signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi in April. Following the first signing in Waitangi, they attended the signing in Te Ahu in Kaitaia. Currently, the population of Te Aupōuri is approximately 12,000 people, and the majority of about 40% of our population lives in Tāmaki, and then the second largest portion lives in all throughout Te Taitokero, mid-north and far north. Excuse me. So as I referred to before, our primary tupuna is Te Ikanui, and all of our members, all of the members of Te Aupōuri, all of the whānau, the uri of Te Aupōuri, can whakapapa to at least one of Te Ikanui, Tihia and Kohine's 14 children. So that is how we identify as Te Aupōuri. Te Aupōuri within te kao is to be descended from one of these 14 children. And you can see our primary waka are both Kurahopo and Mamari. Turning to our treaty settlement. So our settlement was agreed upon in 2012. There were amendments made to it in 2013 and 2015, but the majority of the treaty settlement redress package was agreed upon and ratified in 2012. That included just over 1,300 hectares of cultural redress properties, most of those being situated in conservation areas, and then 4,800 hectares of commercial redress property, the bulk of that coming from two farming stations, which we received as a part of our as a part of our commercial redress package. Most of it is rural land holdings in general title. And the settlement itself was a huge undertaking. It took over 10 years and this was our kaumātua generation that really drove the treaty settlement process on behalf of Te Aupōuri. And these kaumātua I'm referring to are the likes of Waitai Petera, Matu Wiki, George Witana, and Muniata Brown. And they are very much the kaumātua morehu of that generation of Te Aupōuri. And that was a massive undertaking for them over 10 years to negotiate settlement. And now we're over 10 years post-settlement, and we're still trying to find our feet in terms of leveraging the assets that were returned for the betterment of our people. But the return of land, as I referred to in the start of my presentation, the kōrero of Praone Ngaruhe that states puri tia te whenua, hold on to the land. The return of this land, or albeit a very small portion of what was taken, the return of this land has been fundamental in Te Aupōuri reaffirming and reinstating its mana across its rohe, across its kāinga. And another point I'd like to highlight is that all of our whenua that is in our ownership that has come back via the treaty settlement, we undoubtedly view it as ancestral whenua. So all whenua is ancestral to us. It is ancestral because of the kōrero that I've shared, the kōrero of our tupuna, which states that to hold on to the land and to look after the land. Because of that, we vow never to sell the land. We will never sell land. We will always hold on to it. And it's also ancestral because every piece of whenua has a name and has a kōrero, has a story behind that name. So spanning far beyond the definition of land titles, all whenua from a Te Aupōuri tangata whenua perspective is whenua tupuna, is ancestral land. Here's a map summarising the areas, summarising the area of interest, the general area of interest for Te Aupōuri, and it also plots out some of the areas, the cultural and commercial redress properties that were returned. Some of them were returned solely to Te Aupōuri, and then some of them were jointly vested with our whanaunga, including Ngāti Kuri, Ngai Takoto, Ngāti and Te Rarawa as well. Our cultural redress properties, approximately 1,300 hectares, and the majority of them are in DOC conservation areas. We also have a list of properties where we are statutorily acknowledged. And this is an example of, within the 10 years post-settlement, of something we're still trying to really figure out and assert our mana as Te Aupōuri. The co-management, the conservation of our cultural redress properties has been a very problematic issue for us in dealing with local strands of government and central governments as well. So this is an area we'd like to highlight in particular as a work in progress. Moving to our commercial redress properties, so Puke Karoro Station, which is Puke pretty much both sides of State Highway 1 as you're going into Te Kao. The majority of it is on the east side of the road, looking over to Tokero or Great X. Those are the white sands you can see there. This farm is owner operated, so we have our own farm team, and they look after our stock, which is 100% bulls. So we farm bulls for beef, and yeah, the number of stock can range anywhere from 3,000 to sort of 5,000 is the max capacity. And then we've also planted out some of the more marginal areas of the whenua on Pukekaroro with pine to be registered under the ETS. Now our second farm property, which is another significant part of our commercial reduce, is Te Laite Station, which is south of Te Kao at Hauhora. So you can see the water there is the bottom end of the Hauhora harbour, and the block starts from Lamb Road, and then goes. There's a significant portion behind the Pukenui Pacific, and then it goes up all the way up to just past Kimberley Road. So there's quite a significant land holding there. This is not owner operated, so pretty much since settlement we've leased this farm to a local farmer. We've allocated a small portion of it for to do our own cropping and horticulture development. That's very dependent on our resource consent to draw water from the Opodi aquifer, which has been under litigation for the better part of probably 2 years now. There's also pine forestry planted out on some of the more marginal areas here, again registered under the ETS. Another current project that we're progressing on the Te Laite block is a 24 home papakainga and community centre towards just off Lamb Road, so pretty much the southern end of the property, and that is to provide housing solutions and housing options for our Te Opodi whanaunga who are either living in the far north and are wanting to stay on their own whenua, or they might be living in an urban setting and are wanting to come home. So that's that project there. And then our more recent commercial venture is our mussel seed farm, which is in Hauhora, just on the other side of Tohoraha, of the maunga there. Yeah, it's about 11 hectares. We're only operating 30 lines out of it at the moment. It has the capacity for 45 lines, but we're growing it season on season, year on year. Eventually, we want to grow our spat operations to a scale that would permit a land processing, an on-land processing facility, and we'll likely utilise our whenua in Hauhora, utilise a part of our Te Laite block for that part of the operations in the near future. The simple layout of the structure. So we have Te Runanga Nui, which is the post-settlement governance entity and the parent of the group. We have the commercial development and fisheries management, who they're two separate entities, but they operate as one. They have one board and one management team. The fisheries management basically holds our ACE and fishing quota, and also our aquaculture assets. and then the commercial development holds our farming assets and our forestry and carbon as well. And then we have our Te Aupōuri Redevelopment Trust, which really closes the circle on our Aupōuri impact investment model. So this entity focuses on investing in the cultural and social well-being and prosperity of our people. That includes training and employment, but then also te reo, ngā tikanga, ngā kōrero tuku iho. Our strategic priorities as Te Aupōuri, and these are our priorities, the priorities of the group. Not too dissimilar to a lot of our neighbouring iwi. It's social well-being, social prosperity, cultural wealth, cultural vitality. Taiao is a massive part of our mahi. So it's looking after our environment, looking after our whenua and our moana, and then commercial and economic success, which is really a means to enable and deliver all of the social, cultural, and environmental obligations. And just our priorities again, but how, I just put this together to illustrate how we see our interaction and collaboration with local and central government, how that enables us to really deliver on our strategic priorities. This is important for us to highlight in this process. So as much as Te Aupōuri, we like to operate in a mana motuhake and tino rangatiratanga fashion. We recognise that we are operating in a regulatory environment, and there are the aspects of that regulatory environment can either enable or hinder our ability to reach and achieve our strategic priorities. So we see the key between our strategic priorities and different parts of government is a clear understanding of partnership and clear expectations around partnership and what that looks like in a working relationship. Firstly, recognising our mana tuku iho first and foremost, then recognising te hakaputanga and te tiriti o Waitangi, and then after that recognising our settlement legislation. So we think a clear understanding and a strong partnership that adheres to all of those elements between local government and central government is going to enable us to achieve what we set out to achieve for our people. And just some more specific points on the district plan itself. The treaty settlement overlay we support, but the treatment of treaty settlement whenua, see treaty settlement whenua being the majority of our land holdings, we think needs to be clarified in this process of the proposed Far North District Plan. I guess the crux of it really is a big part of our strategic plan, our strategic direction is developing and utilising our whenua. And the title of that whenua and the regulatory environment we have to work through to be able to do that. It's in our best interest to make sure that environment is conducive to our plans and our aspirations, which we have determined ourselves for our whenua and ultimately for our people, Ngāori o Te Aupōuri. So that's my presentation. I'll take any questions if anyone has any pātai.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You've obviously put quite a bit of effort into that. Are you able to share a copy of your presentation with us? Oh, we've got that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to go on the website. Okay, no, thank you. We'd like to have a copy. We'll have a copy. I'll just see if whether some of the commissioners have some questions for you. So,
Tēnā koe tipine, nā mihi nui I te kōrero, I te puna, I te pakapapa, I te whenua. So tēnā koe. He mokapuna ko te awa tupua, he uri o Wanganui, ko te Atiho Nui Paparangi, o Kuiwi, Rawa, he uri o Ngāti Kahuki Whaingaroa, ko te Aupōuri, o Kuiwi, ko Siani, tēnei. So thank you for your presentation and the kōrero that you have brought forward to us this morning and the progress that you have done since the settlement, and definitely understand PSGEs and relationships with Crown, and I think key relationships in Te Aupōuri's rohe with local government being the Far North District Council. So thank you for that kōrero. You had mentioned, and I see in your submission that Te Aupōuri has sought to retain the objectives that are in the tangata whenua section, and also within your submission, or the submission from Te Aupōuri, there was reference to making amendments to Policy 2, Tangata Whenua Policy 2, which included additions for manawhakarohe arrangements, the transfer of powers to iwi, hapu and whānau, and any other arrangements. And on review of the Section 42A Planners Report, they look to have accepted those additional amendments that Te Aupōuri has sought. As you were speaking and talking, you were talking about partnerships with local government or central government, and having good working, well, you said working relationships. Ideally, you want them to be good, but working relationships which can vary in scale. So I just wanted to check, looking at your amendment requests that were put in, do you have aspirations to potentially have mana whakahono within, for Te Aupōuri, potential transfer of powers, or do you have any agreements or arrangements of sorts with council to, as you've indicated, Te Aupōuri's got a strategy for, outcomes for papakainga, whanaunga. Just wanting to see if there are any of your aspirations that may want to come through in any of these mechanisms that you've signalled. So I just thought I'd just ask the question. Yeah, definitely. When it comes to, input, influence, and participation in the regulatory management of any activity within Aotearoa, Te Aupōuri definitely wants a say and wants to be fairly represented in that. If a mana whakahono arrangement is going to enable that, then that's definitely something we want to look into. We don't have any current arrangements with FNDC around that. We have started conversations around the revision of the rohe-wide MOU, but we haven't progressed any tangible arrangements from there as yet. But yeah, that's definitely a priority of ours. Is firstly the recognition of our mana whenua rights within our rohe, and then also translating that into parts or mechanisms within our relationship within the relationship between Te Aupōuri and the Far North District Council.
Tēnā koe tipene, ko Hilda Helkiat Harawira tēnei, mihi atu kia koe,
Kia ora
o
whai.
tō whakatakoto kaupapa i te ata nei. Ngā mihi mo te hitore o te au pauri, tuaru, au pauri tuaru.
Ai, nā marua, nā marua.
Anyhow, just to part-I, in one of your second to last frames, you were talking about something about the rural production zone. That Te Aupōuri is mainly in the rural production zone. He tino rarutira ki Te Aupōuri, o he aha tō tino hihia mo tira?
Yeah,
Huri ki te mana o tira whenua, aha.
ko te mea nui kia mātou kia tae ai e mātou te haka tū I wā mātou kaupapa ki runga ki wā mātou whenua. So the main thing for us is having the flexibility and the optionality to be able to stand up any kaupapa initiative that we want to on our whenua. As you saw, our strategy is quite diverse, and that means the use of our whenua is also diverse. So there's the rural production side, but then there's also we don't want to be pigeonholed into one use for one piece of whenua. We want to be able to also utilise our whenua for residential projects, as we mentioned before, and anything else we think will achieve our objectives and contribute to our aspirations as Te Aupōuri.
Tēnā koe. And he pātai anō, ki o whakaro, hea te kupu pai mo te hononga I Wainganui ngā iwi me te kaunihira. He partnership, he relationship raini.
Ko te kupu pai, ko te tiriti, tērā te kupu kei tōku whakaro. Ehara, ko te, he relationship, he partnership ki au, he partnership ki au. Hoia tēnā ko te kaupapa nui kei roto I te tiriti. Yeah, so I think partnership, that using that terminology ensures that the power between both parties is balanced and fair. So I would feel comfortable with using that kupu.
Tēnā koe.
Yeah, kia ora, Tiffany. Not a question, just a comment as much as anything else. I mean, there's various Maori groups around the country that come along to proceedings like this in a very formidable way, and they express concerns about the process and like. I commend you in what you're doing. I think I'd encourage you to stay with the process, because if you stay with the process, it will enable your activities and functions to take place without having to go through necessarily the formal processes that frustrate everybody, not just Maoridom, in terms of going through the RMA process. So I think it's great what you're doing. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd echo those statements as well. You've obviously made significant progress since your treaty settlement, and we hope that continues. And I see, looking at your submission, we're probably going to see you again later on in the process as we move through the other sections of the plan. And we hope you give us an update on any initiatives that you've started and progressed since today. So thank you again for your submission and presentation. Have you got anything more to add before we conclude?
No, nothing to add. Tēnā koutou, and yep, you will be seeing me again. So look forward to those.
Okay, well, until then, thank you.
Apai, kia ora, tēnā koutou.
Okay, right, and I think our next submitter, is that also going to be on the Teams?
Anyway, it's online, yes.
Yes, Kaikohe Evans, and that's a further submission, that's in regard to further submission 106, is that correct? Kiringiwai, can you see and hear us?
Kia ora. Yes, I can see you.
Lena, okay, well, we're in your hands. You've got a presentation you want to present us?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you.
Apply. Bye-bye. Kia ora tātou. Ko Kiringawai Evans ahau. Ko au te tahi poari, mema poari o te marae o Haiti Tai Marangai. My name's Kiringawai Evans. I'm the acting vice chairperson for Haiti Tai Marangai. And I'm also providing our oral submission in support of the entire submission of the Haiti Tai Marangai Kaitiaki Trust, which is a part of our Marae Trust. And I'm going to start just by explaining ko wai mātou. So if we can go to the next slide. Ko puheke me te ahu ngā maunga, ko māmaru me waipapa ngā waka, ko karikari me tokerau ngā moana, ko takapū te urupā, ko te parata te tangata, ko kahutia nui te rangatira, ko te whānau mōna me te rorohuri ngā hapu, ko Haiti Tai Marangai te marae, ko Ngāti Kahu te iwi. Our relationship of our hapu as tangata whenua with our land, water, sites and other taonga must be recognised and provided for. We support including Waimango, Karikari Moana, Puheke Maunga, Puheke Beach, Pārakerake Beach, Pātea o Matariki and Haiti Tai Marangai Marae Reserve as sites of areas of significance to Māori and tangata whenua. We support tangata whenua values are recognised and provided for, and that tangata whenua are provided to actively participate in resource management processes which involve ancestral lands, water, sites, wāhi tapu and other taonga, including the recognition and provision for holistic nature of the Māori worldview and recognition and provision of mātauranga Māori. We support the naming of places, roads, reserves after tupuna and historical events that occur in that area. This may include renaming places and reserves that are correct Māori place names. We support the protection of wetlands and wai Māori. I aim to explain some of those relationships and why it is vitally important for those relationships to be sustained. I will outline some of the effects that have occurred and are still occurring on the environment that significantly impact our relationships with those places. Just a little bit about our history and where we began from. Kupe arrived at Rangiapia, which is a part of Whatuwhiwhi, Karikari Peninsula, and sailed around what was then an island. He got to the place that's well known as Puheke. This is the site where he killed the wheke, which guided him from Hawaii to Aotearoa. Unfortunately, the wheke gave birth to babies which ate the bait of Kupe's fishermen, which is why Kupe had the wheke killed. The name being Te Puke o Wheke. So we refer to this place as Puheke, one of our maunga in Te Whānau Mōna me Te Rorohuri. Other sites was where Kupe left the name of Kupe's Garden, Te Mahinga a Kupe, on the shoreline near Whangatupere. Coming down from that, we have beautiful history and hitori for Te Whānau Mōna who trace our ancestry back to Kahukura and the Waipapa Waka. The mana of Te Whānau Mōna is carried through Kahukura's eldest child, Hene Te Wai. The connection to Ngāti Kahu occurs through Haiti Tai Marangai, who was the direct descendant of Kahutia Nui and Parata, Parata being the captain of Mamaru Waka. Some 7 or so generations later, Hene Te Wai's descendant, Hene Hikitea, married Haiti Tai Marangai's descendant, Te Ao Kawaiho, and produced Tūroa. From Tūroa Rākeiti came Te Pari, who was the ancestor of Te Rorohuri Hapu. Hence, te rorohuri and te whānau mōna hapu are intrinsically intertwined through their shared whakapapa. Whatuwhiwhi, the name. That comes from our tupuna kahukura, from Waipapa Waka, when he observed and watched the Patupaerehe, the fairies knitting early one morning from Whakararo Pārakerake, and overheard them chanting a whakatauki. Rangiawhia is the place where kahukura live, and Te Mamaku is the place where the net was set. This was such a long net that it's referred to as tukutukua I Rangiawhia whakaeaea I Te Mamaku. And there is recordings in De Serval's visit in 1769 where he sees nets close to 1 kilometre long along Pārakerake, Tokero. And the whakatauki tuki tukia I Rangiawhia whakaeaea I Te Mamaku retells that connection of the nets as well as the length of the nets of kahukura. Whatuwhiwhi comes from the name of kahukura tricking the fairies and leaving the nets tangled on the rocks by Tokero and Pātea. Whiwhi to tangle. So our history and our place of connection back to Whatuwhiwhi on Karikari and Peninsula goes right back to the arrival of our tupuna kahukura and also Te Parata. Marangai is our ukaipo, our nurturing place for dreams and aspirations of Te Whānau Mōna and Te Rorohuri. Te Whānau Mōna and Te Rorohuri are mana whenua hapu on Karikari Peninsula. Mana whenua status established distinct rights and obligations within Te Ao Māori. These rights and obligations are enacted through tikanga, shared whakapapa, whanaungatanga, kaitiakitanga, and the fulsome expression of mana of our hapu. This status is recognised through Te Tiriti o Waitangi, reinforced through legislation such as the Resource Management Act, the Local Government Act, Haititai Marae. Marae is our ukaipo and our nurturing place of our values and aspirations. The voices of our tupuna echo in the walls of the marae, telling stories of the past and singing hopes for the future. Our next slide, which is a picture of Haititai from a aerial perspective, shows our marae, which is in the centre. It shows two pā sites. The first pā site by our marae is Pātea, and the centre beach is Pātea o Matariki, and at the other end of the beach is another pā site called Matariki, hence the name Pātea o Matariki. This is a wāhi tapu next to our marae, Haititai Marangai. It is symbolic because we have two pā sites. They are both well known and have a rich tapestry of history and archaeological evidence. On the left side is the Waihaparua awa, and that Waihaparua name is the mother of Ranginui. Ranginui is one of our tupunas who were taken by the French, by the De Serval, and kidnapped when they arrived in 1769. So on the pā of Patariki or Pātea, there's archaeological evidence of where our tupuna had fortified pā, hāngi stones, charcoal, lines of evidence of burn-offs to clear the land where we first arrived, middens, shells, stones, and we can look at that in the next slide of pictures of what the pā site looks like. And one more page. So that is at one end of our pā. The other end is well known for us, our hapu, because it was a whare wānanga called Matariki, and we have recordings in Kōrero Tupu Iho about the knowledge that was shared at Matariki. It's also a site that we use when we view the rising of Matariki in Whatuwhiwhi. and the beginning of the new Māori year. The area between the two pā sites is called Oke. It was well lived and our ancestors lived there, and we still live near that area today. Drawings are recorded into Serval's visit of Kainga and the storage of kai. We have many stories from our kaumātua and kuia about our tupuna and the sites of significance in the areas of Wāhi Tapu. So that's just a capture of who we are and where we came from. Looking forward, we have got concerns about the major environmental impacts on our hapu are obvious. Rangi Puta was opened up for development for farming, which included reducing the area of wetlands and increasing the farm area by opening the outlet near Puheke in the 1960s. This also changed the sand hills considerably as the height was reduced and the outlet eroded. The sand has meandered down to the sea, reduced the species of fish and birds, and the spotted petrel is now in danger of extinction. The local authority sewage system drains into Waimango as the effluent drains out into the Moana and the incoming tide washes up on the beach that contaminates our tuatua beds. These negative environmental impacts have a cultural impact on tangata whenua and develop a number of concerns. Are the tuatua and other fish species harvested traditionally from Waimango still edible? Are the tuatua on Tokero near the overflow drains still edible? Waimango means shark water, a place of shark. The fact that this was still a name for wetlands tells us the spawning ground within living memory of our hapu, te whānau moana and te rorohuri. Hārakerake is the catchment for Waimango as the springs and awa of the Waimango side feed into the wetland. A number of awa or creeks feed from the pātehetehe roa like Wainganga, Waiparaheke, Waiari, Whakararo, Waihapurua, Perehipi, Te Kōpua o Rangiriri, Waihangehange, Wairahoraho. These awa begin as puna or fresh waters, and these puna come out and feed into the awa around the Pātehetehe Roa range. They are freshwater sources, Wai Māori, which is distinct for our hapu because it was our life force. The puna did not dry up even in the summer, so each kainga had their own access to fresh water. Wai Māori is a taonga, and we are carrying out research right now to preserve and protect these puna and these Wai Māori. The development of subdivisions on Pārakerake Block, Virtue, Tokero brought the need for sewage collection and treatment for the first time. Unfortunately, the sewage outlet goes into Waimango and already has an impact. Another development on Pārakerake known as Carrington Estate threatens Waimango because it also has the outlet for sewage off that development. The facts are unless our sewage treatment is improved, we will still be subject to sewage that we gather through our sewage and upgraded. Currently, we're
Section
flooding
might be
through our
fading.
sewage
I don't know if you can hear us, but we seem to have lost your voice connection. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
You've gone very quiet.
Distant.
I'm just
You were loud.
about finished. Too.
Oh, no, that's better. That's better. I can hear you now.
Okay, I've just got 2 more paragraphs and I'm just about finished.
Okay, good luck.
Poorly planned subdivisions along Tokero Beach, such as Marina Place. The flooding of Marina Place has been an issue for 30 plus years. Development of the subdivision was poorly planned, and the road is higher than where the flooding occurs. We are aware of these issues as members of our hapu have lived near the flooding areas for many years. The local fire brigade have pumped flooded waters on the street to aid residents and move the water away. This problem still occurs. The wetlands in Waimaori are important natural resources. They provided they provided sustenance for our people. With the development of these divisions, subdivisions, and consents in our area under a system that is already at its peak. So when any flooding occurs, we're getting alerts of spillages, we're getting alerts that the current system isn't handling the number of residents that are already in some of the areas. We have concerns. Te whānau mōna have lived by and was sustained by resources of the sea and the land. We have a relationship with Tangaroa and Papa Tuanuku, one of cultural, social and economic assistance. We valued and shared not only the resources, but we worked hard to grow them and to sustain them. Our kaitiaki were tohunga for the kaimoana. We had taniwha into forms of whai, mango and wheke. We had manu that came and went as guides of when seasons changed. As whānau, we valued and respected and knew significance of these taonga kaitiaki sites and the role our elders and kaumātua played guiding us. Under the current system, we are concerned that further development will impact on the livelihood of our hapu. So in closing, we reaffirm that we support our Haititai Marangai Kaitiaki Trust in their submissions. We support the inclusion of Waimango, Karikari Moana, Puheke Maunga, Puheke Beach, Pārakerake Beach, Pāteo Matariki and Haititai Marae Reserve being recorded as sites of significance to Māori. We ask that we support the naming of places, roads, reserves and tupuna after historical events that occurred in our area, and that this may include renaming places and reserves the correct Māori name, and we support the protection and wetlands of Waimaori. And that is the end of my submission.
Okay, thank you very much. We were able to get a connection with you in the end. I think we've got 99.9% of your submission. That was a really thorough submission, and thank you very much for providing that level of detail about your local marae and whenua. Do you have a copy of that statement? Were you able to? Do we have a copy of that statement?
Yeah, I was sharing it.
Thank you. We'd like to refer to that as we go forward. I'll just see if the other commissioners have some questions for you.
Aita Mārie Kirinawai. Thank you for the presentation here today. And in particular, the kōrero around the sites and the places and the stories that go along with what you were speaking to today, with the connections to Whakawhiwhi and to the Karikari Peninsula. So kia ora, thank you for that. You also signalled concerns with major environmental effects, which are significant and which are obvious. So those significant effects and the tohu in the taiao that you were talking to are your observations that negatively impact your cultural values, being resources, tuatua, the whenua, and no doubt the awa o moana. So thank you. So your local knowledge is of great value. I think that's a big thing here, being the marae on site, and so acknowledge your kōrero that you've given us here today. Your submissions, thank you. Yes, we see those are highlighted, signalling that those sites are wanting to be scheduled, which will be part of another conversation later. But in your submissions under the Tangata Whenua chapter, there were some amendments that were made to be were requested to be made. And in the Section 42A report, they weren't necessarily accepted because potentially the objectives or other mechanisms are there to capture what Hai Te Tai Te Marangai it was expressing. What I wanted to check in with you is, with the objectives in the tangata whenua section, do you think those objectives, being at that strategic higher level, do you think those will be objectives that you'll be able to achieve some of the outcomes and aspirations that the marae are wanting to achieve? As you said, major environmental effects, so is that at the consenting end? And so that means, how is that consent recognising historic heritage, or how is that consent taking into account participation in the processes? But just wanted to sort of get a bit of thoughts around those objectives.
From experience, it has been really hard because we're all volunteers for our marae. We recognise how important it is to ensure that we are a part of the decision-making process, but the resourcing of those consent to ensure that our knowledge, our kōrero tuku iho, is recognised and contributes to the decisions around consents for development is a struggle, because we're all volunteers and we're not resourced to effectively do that within a short period of time. As volunteers, we're working really hard to ensure that we can give good advice and give input to any consenting. But currently, as it stands, we are resource poor and time poor to enact some of that to happen within time constraints. So for tangata whenua, it's really important that we are recognised and that we do have that ability to do that. We actually need more resourcing and we need more support so that it can be done within an appropriate time. Because what we're experiencing is that there's delays in receiving it, there's delays in us being able to gather as volunteers to give effect and to give good advice to those consents. So there needs to be more for resourcing and support to ensure that tangata whenua can express what we've expressed about how significant sites are, what the history is. Currently, that's not much.
Thank you for that. Just following on from that, as you say, voluntary and the demands are coming through thick and fast, no doubt, with consents and developments across the rohe, Hai Te Tai Marangai. What I wanted to check is, this is a proposed district plan. So this is a plan that enables ideally mana whenua to contribute an input into setting a bit of direction, in particular at the top, rather than the ambulance at the bottom of the hill, which is the resource consenting. So understanding your capacity, being so busy and stuff, I suppose it's just checking if in this process, being at the upper end, I mean, kia ora to you, to the marae, you've done your submission and you've put that in and put forward your outcomes that you're wanting, as well as some direction setting. I'm just sort of signalling or checking that capacity to help influence or impact at the upper end, rather than at the other end, is sort of just signalling where your priorities, I suppose, could potentially be focused. Instead of at that consenting, which is always the reality.
Yes. From our experience, where we had to be the ambulance at the bottom of the hill around protecting our wāhi tapu at Pātea, that was extreme. That was us making a stand saying that we cannot allow developers desecrate our wāhi tapu where ko iwi are. where it's important for us as hapu and tangata whenua to protect. So we understand what it's like to be at the ambulance. If there was a capacity for us to be better resourced to make these decisions and to have input at the district plan and understanding the steps and the processes, then I'm sure the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff wouldn't occur. So for us to be having recognised in the district plan where our sites of significance are, the role as tangata whenua, the importance of our relationship between ourselves as the hapu and the places, if that's recorded and acknowledged in the district plan, it makes our role a lot easier when we're going through and educating developers, because what we're seeing in Whatuwhiwhi, a little peninsula, is huge amounts of developers and people wanting to come, but as a small hapu, we're not resourced to educate them on why this place is significant, why there are parts of Whatuwhiwhi that are not developed, because we were lucky enough to make a stand and protect those small pockets of land and sites of significance for our hapu. So yes, we really do urge that in the district plan that that's recorded and noted so that we can ensure our rights under Te Tiriti and the Resource Management Act are protected, because if it's not recorded in the district plan, it makes our role fighting to protect wāhi tapu really intense, and it's a space that we hope not to go again, but if we have to, our hapu will do that, and it's not good for our hapu, it's not good for the council, it's not good for the locals having to come together on areas of conflict because we're not protected in the developments and we're not protected in the district plan.
Kia ora. Some of your sites, are those on private land or public land, or do you have relationships with any of those? Whoever
Yeah, well,
owns
we're,
the land
we're
sites?
quite lucky in that we've always lived there, so that we have got good relationships on the ground. What we're seeing is that new developers are coming to beautiful places like Whatuwhiwhi who have no connection, who have no respect for tangata whenua, and they try and remove a sand dune hill because they can't see the beach. So those are the issues that we experience on Tokero, because new developers don't understand where they're moving to and the importance and significance of those sites.
Kia ora. Thank you. Kia ora, Kiri Ngāwai.
Tēnā koe Kiri Ngāwai.
Tēnā
Ka
koe.
mihi kia koe tēnei ata mo tō kōrero. Just he pātai, mōhio au ko tēnei kaupapa, he kaupapa rō rawa. E hara tēnei he mea hau, tēnā pia ruaki te toru te kau, whā te koutou. So you've outlined what you would like to see in the proposed plan. And so I'm asking you, these are the same kōrero that you are espousing today, what has been laid down in the Muri Whenua claims over 30 years ago. Can you suggest anything else other than going into a proposed plan for continuity of the same information? Do you see any other ways forward for potential developers? Because you also mentioned you've got inadequate infrastructure. Not only are people coming in and you have a significant wāhi tapu, but you've also got underdeveloped infrastructure to deal with all of the growth that's happening with subdivisions, etc., etc. So I suppose my pātai is, you said that you want things in the proposed plan, so that I'm just trying to picture that myself. You know, if you look at 252 hapu around Taitokero, and I know that some people talk about mapping, geo-mapping or something, but what would you suggest for that you don't, your grandchildren aren't raising the same issues in 10 years' time.
What we would like to ensure that problem doesn't carry on is to be resourced so that we can carry out and do some of the geo mapping so that it's recorded and that it's held in confidentially and it's available when developments come, that there is that information on hand that we can say, yes, this is what your development looked like. However, according to our mapping, according to our sites of significance, according to all our history, this is what's also on that piece of land. So your development needs to take consideration of those sites of significance. At the moment, because we're volunteers, our iwi is limited in what resourcing they have. We are having to do it ourselves. So if that could be resourced so that that information is completed and it's held, it'll make our relationship between us as hapu and council and developers a lot easier, because you're not coming up against us who are trying to, we know the history is there, but we don't have the time resourcing or the capacity to respond when those development happens. So for us to be recognised in a district plan, good first start, but moving forward, we really do need some type of future capacity building for our area in Whatuwhiwhi, Karikari Peninsula, because our current systems are under pressure right now without any further development. We recognise that our fish species and our what bird life is being reduced as an impact of no wetlands, sewage spills, development. So we do need additional resourcing, and it would be good for us as a hapu that we have our MOU signed around Pātea o Matariki, and that's not a big list to do. That's quite a straightforward, but even the timing for an MOU with the council has taken a long time, from where we were at the end of last year to now the middle of this year. So some of those processes need to be streamlined so that we're not delayed just to have a MOU that acknowledges the roles of both our hapu and the FNDC over a site of significance over a wahitapu.
Ina koe, namahi.
Kia ora, ki ngā wai. So in the objectives, there is, in the tangata whenua policies, there makes reference to opportunities to actively participate in this resource management, and mechanisms that have been signalled here are mana whakahona arohe, transfer of powers to iwi hapu and whānau, and any other arrangements. Plus, council does have iwi and hapu planning documents or management plans. Would those types of mechanisms be something that Pai Te Tai Te Marangai would be interested in?
Yes.
And as you say, being resourced, so those would be conversations to have. But okay, just listening to the multiple activities or transactions that you're involved with in, and as you say, it's about those relationships with Hapu Council and developers, and then they can be made aware that that the marae is here, I suppose you could say. So, okay, kia ora, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your submission, Kiringi. I don't have any further questions. I think my other commissioners have asked all the questions that I would have thought of and more. So thanks again for your presentation. And we've got a copy of your presentation, so we'll be keeping it in the record and revisiting that when we make our determinations.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Kia ora.
Nā koe.
So Robert, our next submitter is unwell, Troy Ehrlich, and so he will be withdrawing him from the schedule. However, Joanne is online.
We've got a substitute. I just wanted to say to all the participants, including those people online, we've had a request from a media outlet to film proceedings. Now, this is a open forum public process, so we are obliged to allow the media to be here. I do not know what TV channel or who they represent yet. Hopefully they'll make that clear. But if there's anyone who feels particularly uneasy with potentially being on camera, and perhaps you could just let us know, or maybe you could just, you know,
For how long? Is
No.
it 10
no, it'll only be for a short presentation. Yeah.
Hang on, I'll get my makeup.
And also too, I'd like to say that here's your call to smarten yourself up. I have asked that they focus their reporting on the panel more so than the submitters. We'll see how we go, but just to acknowledge that this is a public process, and so we are sort of obliged to allow it to happen. I don't think we can. Okay, so who was the person that's going to come along now?
Joanne Cook-Munro from Northland Federated Farm.
This is, oh, okay, we're not going to have anybody else from Haitita Mō.
Not yet. No, they're withdrawing.
Have they submitted the presentation?
They did.
Not a presentation, but
Oh, we've got the evidence. Yes, we have that
Evidence is online. Yes.
Okay, so at least we've got them represented. And so now we move then on to Northland Federated Farmers, Joanne Cook-Munro. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
You can see and hear us.
I can see and hear you. Yes, can you see and hear me?
It's very much loud and clear. So we're in your hands now for your presentation. You've got your evidence. So we've read your statement of evidence. So you're obliged to read it out again, but you could just summarise it for us and raise any other matters that you wish.
That would be good. So my name is Joanne Cook-Munro and I work for Federated Farmers. I'm appearing today as an advocate and I'm not appearing as an expert witness in any form. My role today is to advocate for Northland Federated Farmers and not to give planning advice or legal advice. Federated Farmers, we're a primary sector organisation. We have a long and proud history of representing the needs and interests of New Zealand farmers. We have a strong presence in the Northland region and we contribute significantly to the region's economy. Primary production activities from our members make significant contribution to the economic, social and cultural well-being of New Zealand. Our members undertake a variety of dairy, dry stock and horticultural activities and they seek to uphold and enhance the value of farming to the region. We have over 147 members located within the Far North District and approximately 509 members located in Northland. When we get involved in a process, we look for provisions and plans that are clear and easy to understand, that allow for farming to occur with as few barriers as possible. Also recognising at the moment there is a lot of regulation being put in place, being taken out of place, and our members are very confused about what they are meant to do, what they don't have to do anymore. So they're looking for councils to come out with plans that are clear, written in plain English, and that are easy to understand. We made a number of submissions on the strategic directions chapter. Our submissions were focused on the protection of the productive capabilities of the soils, as well as the delivery of social, economic, environmental and cultural well-beings for the district as a whole, rather than one group or community. Our submission to the strategic direction overview sought the amendment of strategic direction 6, so that the productive capabilities of soils on location were recognised in respect of the management of urban growth. Federated Farmers still believes it's important that the district plan recognises and provides for the productive capacity of land, regardless of where that land is located. There could be circumstances where land is needed for housing, but that land contains productive soils. Central government have already indicated that they will be looking to expand towns and cities onto productive land as a means of providing more housing and more affordable housing. Common sense dictates that once productive land has been used for another purpose, it is very unlikely that the land will ever be reverted back for use as productive land. The Section 42A report recommends rejecting any submissions that sought amendments to the overview section of the Strategic Directions chapter. With all due respect, we do not support the recommendation. The Council's strategic direction provides a framework for your district plan, and it should provide for compromises that need to occur to protect the productive capability of land. Whether this is through an amendment to Strategic Direction 4 or some other strategic amendment, it's an issue that must be recognised and provided for. Moving on to Strategic Direction Historic and Cultural Wellbeing. We submitted with this and we have accepted the reasoning outlined in the Section 42A report and do not wish to pursue this submission point further. In respect of Strategic Direction Economic and Social Wellbeing, we made a submission on key issue 4 and we sought to remove the phrase with the district Māori economy making a significant contribution. We have read the Section 42A report and we support the position that has been put forward by council staff, and we will no longer be pursuing this submission point. We had another submission on the strategic direction that sought the inclusion of a new objective which supported and enabled initiatives and enterprises within the district economy which were carried out by iwi and hapu. The Section 42A report recommends amendments to the policy to provide for new enterprises and initiatives as well as existing. Federated Farmers supports this recommendation. Moving on, we made a number of submissions to significant resource management issues. Essentially, while we supported the inclusion of a significant resource management issue addressing the rural environment, we did not support the issue as it had been notified. While rural sustainability is a valid resource management issue, Federated Farmers strongly believes that it must be approached from a holistic perspective and not only focus on the adverse effects that can result from some land uses in the rural environment. Rural sustainability must include the protection of the existing land use activities, such as primary production, which have been present and operating in the rural environment for many years, if not decades. Primary production makes a substantial contribution to the economy across national, regional and district levels. The other important matter to note with primary production land is that once it has gone to be used for different purposes, it is very unlikely it will ever be able to be returned to being productive land. The current wording of the issue, in my opinion, does not capture what rural sustainability actually is. It is about maintaining the sustainability of the rural environment while providing for appropriate subdivision use and development. This includes existing activities such as farming. We sought the amendment of the issue as set out on page 7 of my hearing statement. In the Section 42A report, Ms. Trinder recommended that the submission was accepted in part, and that the significant resource management issue was amended accordingly. We are supportive of this recommendation and hope that this recommendation is followed through in the decision making on this matter, and that ends Federated Farmers' presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to ask you a question with regards to productive soils, versatile soils. And in particular, how do you see the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land addressing your concerns about retaining productive soils? Now, obviously, that's a statement that came out prior to the notification of the plan. It will be weaved back into the plan as we progress. I'm just wanting to see what Federated Farmers, their impression of that policy statement instrument.
We support the intent of it, which is to protect highly productive soils. There are some provisions in there that will prevent our members from making the best use of their land, being limitations on subdivision of rural productive land. A lot of our members, as they get towards retirement, look to subdivide off a lifestyle block so they can live on that, and then their families take over the farm in general. It's going to be interesting moving forward with all the amendments to the Resource Management Act and other national policy statements to see if any amendments are made to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, and what basically comes out as a result of all the amendments. That's the big unknown at this stage.
Yes, it seems to me that, I mean, I've seen a cabinet paper that has signalled removal of class 3 land from highly productive. Do you have a view on that?
My own personal perspective is that productive land is productive land, and once you lose it, it's gone. I wasn't aware of that cabinet paper, so I can't really give you a Federated Farmers perspective on that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think there's it almost sort of runs the risk of lumping everything that isn't class 1, 2 or 3 as not being productive land, and therefore you can do what you like with it. Whereas if you talk to people in the wine industry, you know, they seek out land that's class 3, 4 and 5 for growing particular types of grapes. And there are, I mean, obviously hill country farming uses that type of land use capacity classification a lot. Is that the point you're trying to make? It's productive farming across all land use?
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's the only question I have. I'll see if the other commissioners have any questions for you.
Yeah, thanks and welcome. That's a difficult one to deal with, that first strategic direction that you're concerned about, because it's almost a contradiction in terms of wanting to, you know, maintain the productive capabilities of soils, but then there's a whole raft of things that we need to focus on that are potential compromises and the like. How would you see that submission actually being met? You know, apart from something being written into the strategic overview, in pragmatic terms, I mean, would you see something in the zone plans that identified that land that you wanted protected or was available for use? It just seems to be a very difficult thing to implement.
From a common sense perspective, having done this for a number of decades, oh gosh, I'm feeling old today. You would ideally start with your strategic directions, because that gives you your framework for your plan, but you would carry it through your zone chapters, through the zone objectives, the zone policies, the zone rules. So it's kind of like a cascade effect down, and then it's implemented at the rule level. So other plans have objectives and policies that allow for farming activities to occur within the rural environment. Then you get to the rules and everyday farming activities, provided they meet a certain standard, are provided for as a permitted activity. If there's a farming standard that can't meet the permitted activity, then they can be provided for as restricted discretionary, and one that usually falls within restricted discretionary are earthworks, depending on the volume of earthworks, because the bigger the volume, potentially the bigger impact on the environment you have. So the nuts and bolt detail would usually go down into your zone chapters.
Yeah, I appreciate that cascading effect. I mean, I put it to you, how many of those RDAs or restricted discretionary activities actually get influenced or turned down by the process? I mean, a lot of those are trigger points to allow the council, staff to obviously be involved and make sure the process is carried out properly. But it just seems to me that some of those is quite a difficult one to implement. And I think maybe the NPS is the answer to identifying which is the land which is highly productive. And it's a matter of maybe that's why there is an NPS, because governments recognise the need to do so, to actually recognise as the concern you're expressing. But no, that responds to the question fine. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Joanne. Just a question about the context of Northland. In the far north here, our largest area of our district is rural production and in the rural environment. And we have a lot of social issues as well. We have areas of very high social deprivation. And a lot of people have given feedback as well that they want opportunities, as you've highlighted, to use their land, not just for one use. And you've highlighted one of the parts about a retirement area for a farmer, or the different classes of soils. From your members, have you had any feedback about having more restrictions to address reverse sensitivity, or have you had other feedback about allowing for being more permissive to allow for more land use activities because of the socioeconomic issues in an area to allow for economic prosperity for those landowners? Or what's the feedback you've heard across your members within the far north area?
Our members in the far north area are very aware of the economy and the issues for the district. They haven't expressed a view of whether reverse sensitivity should be more restrictive or more permissive. Their focus at the moment, given councils, and we've just finished the long-term plan process and the rates increases, they just want to be able to use their land for farming so they can actually survive. So our members are actually in survival mode at the moment, and we're potentially looking at a number of members ceasing to be farmers within the next 12 months, which is very scary.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jo. So you're saying that your members have said a lot of them are in survival mode and they're trying to farm. Are they looking at any other land uses or specifically only farming?
Only farming. Like a lot of our members, they're on hill country. So you can run stock on that. I suppose you could plant it in plantation forestry, but then a whole bunch of other issues come up. So I'm not sure they've sat down and worked it out. Like one of the ways of doing it is subdividing, but then you run the risk of rural residential creeping into the rural production zone, and that's got issues in itself of how you make those two environments compatible with each other.
I think that's prompted me to perhaps ask another question. In other jurisdictions where I've been in this role, I've had submissions from federated farmers, and that they always raise the issue of reverse sensitivity. And I think you said, well, okay, you haven't picked that up in the feedback you've received. But you did talk about the National Policy Statement for Urban Development encouraging urban growth and into rural areas. So obviously there would be a reverse sensitivity component if that were to occur in the far north. Would I be correct?
Definitely. I guess what we're waiting for is to see what Minister Bishop actually puts out. So you've got that MPS for urban development already, but he's actually talking about amendments to the RMA, or what the next version of the RMA will be, just to allow that building and that creep to happen. So reverse sensitivity in those matters, it is going to be a really big issue, because residential people want a certain type of environment. Farmers can't tell their cows and sheep not to moo and bar at stupid times. You can't put milking off to nicer hours. So it will be a big issue, and hopefully one that's recognised in the amendments or the new legislation that will come out.
Yes, and you raised also a really valid point too, and it's related to reverse sensitivity, I think, and that is if you allow for subdivision to occur as an economic solution, and that is enabled in the form of rural residential, then you've got reverse sensitivity issues coming with that potentially. So I suppose it'll be a fine balance, wouldn't it, about enabling a certain type of subdivision. I think you talked about retirement lots, but maybe not so much down the lifestyle route, because that can lead to further issues down the line.
And I think another thing is what we've found down here in the Waikato is sometimes buffer zones or buffer areas work. So you can't build a residential house, say, within 50, 100 metres of a rural boundary, but the developers always expect that distance will be absorbed by the farmer, not by the residential developer. And it's kind of like, well, if you're introducing this this activity, you have to take the hit on the buffer zone, not the farmer who's been doing this for the last 3, 4, even more decades, if you're on to your 3rd or 4th generation farmer on the same land.
Yeah, that's right. I think both parties always want the buffer to apply to the other guy.
Oh, definitely.
Yesterday we had submissions from landowners who own coastal properties, and they've gone about creating managed plan coastal subdivisions with lots of enhancement planting and restoration and what have you. And they're seeking to have the strategic section recognise non-productive non-rural based productive activities. And under further questioning from us, they can see that of a certain type that had a particular reason to be in a rural environment, that also be recognised. Is that something that Federated Farmers has a view on?
Yeah, we don't normally support that. Our perspective is the rural environment is for certain things, like you do your horticulture, you do your agriculture, you've got your cows, your sheep, your goats. The non-rural activities that need to be in the rural environment are things like the national grid, power lines, and other activities like that. Like, I'm not sure a coastal subdivision has to be in a rural coastal area, for example.
Okay, no, thank you. I think Commissioner Foy has another question for you.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a supplementary question about the rural environment. Our district has got a proposed rural settlement zone, because we've got a very large area and we're surrounded by coast. And we have a lot of settlements that don't have a lot of infrastructure, but they're smaller townships. And it's quite dispersed because we're quite a large district. In terms of what you've raised about the rural environment and having those buffers, how do you see purely reticulated urban settlements compared to the rural settlement zones and how that interrelates with the rural environment that would surround those rural settlement zones?
They're two completely different beasts. People who live in a rural settlement are living in a rural environment and they know what to expect. Like rural settlements can be the heart and soul of a rural environment. You know, it's where people go to meet, it's where people go to school, it's where your communities are built. And it also helps, you know, a farmer an hour out of town, you know, a rural environment is their connection to the outside. And people, I think, having lived in rural environments, people live differently in rural environments to what they do in town. And they would expect noise, they would expect, you know, crops being harvested. They would expect the activities that actually happen in the rural environment, where a townie wouldn't expect those or wouldn't want the rooster or the milking to happen at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, sorry, just to put some introduction with that. So the far north doesn't have any, you know, defined urban environments as per the National Policy Statement for Urban Development as yet, but it's going to be discussed further within our hearings. Which areas in the far north would you say are defined as urban when you talk about townies?
Townies for me is more of what I get called, because I live in the Waikato and I don't live on a farm. So Hamilton, so you won't have anything of that scale up there. You would probably be all rural settlements, but you might get a developer coming in who wants to do a 400 lot subdivision, which would change the nature of a rural settlement and potentially could make it into a town, an urban type town where they expect more.
Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate your presentation and in particular signalling what Federated Farmers accept with your submission. So that'll be helpful and useful to the council for their considering the responses from Federated Farmers. So thank you. I appreciate your discussion today. Kia ora.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having us.
I think we've got one more question for you.
Okay.
Kia ora, Joanne. Start apartheid. You said something about far north farmers are in survival mode. What are some of, how can the council help to alleviate that survival mode?
One of the things we've been stressing through the long-term plan process is councils sticking to their core knitting, so sticking to their essentials, providing essential infrastructure, upgrading essential infrastructure, and not have any nice to haves in their budget, even if it just means deferring it for the next 3 years. An example being in Waipa, I live in Cambridge, and they've just spent over $1 million on a cycleway, and they're talking about a 16% rates increase. And a lot of people went to the hearings and said, we didn't ask for the cycleway, it's a nice to have. And you could have probably chopped off 4% of the increase if you didn't do it. So it's about focusing on the essentials for people and also communicating well. Like, our members like to know what's going on. So if they know something's happening and why it's happening, they're a lot more appreciative of what council is doing because they feel like they've been taken along for the journey with the council and not just finding out a couple of months after something has happened.
Thank you, Hilda.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your evidence and your presentation and the answers to our questions today.
Thank you. I'll no doubt see you again in this process.
So we'll probably see you in the rural chapter and a couple of others, I suspect. So until then.
Excellent. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Now, I think we have Mr. McFadden as our next submitter, but we are running just a little, Mr. McFadden, I hope you're there. We are running a little bit late and I'm conscious about us, panel needs a break and participants need a break. So what I'd like to actually do is take a 20-minute adjournment and have you the first submitter after that. You okay with that?
He was there.
Mr. McFadden?
Yes, hello there. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so what we will call it now, we'll say it's 2:45. We'll come back at 11:05 and you'll be the first submitter up.
Okay, thank you.
So we're adjourned till then.
Oh, you know this.
Close connection.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Unmuting the room.
Okay, kia ora, welcome back. Mr. Spanner. Thank you for allowing that break. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you. Yep.
Okay, so I've got this. We've got your submission in front of us. So please proceed.
Okay, just a little bit of context. So I'm Jamie McFadden. I'm Groundswell Environmental Spokesperson, and this is a submission on behalf of Groundswell NZ. I guess in terms of a little bit about my background that has led to my role with Groundswell. I'm from a hill country sheep and beef farming background in Canterbury, North Canterbury. I spent 6 years on Provincial Federated Farmers and then 6 years on the District Council, and 3 years of that was as the Environmental Chairman of the Huranui District Council. In the last 25 years, my wife and I have been running, well, we celebrate 25 years this year. We run an environmental business and we've got over 300 farming clients throughout Canterbury, Marlborough mainly, and we do a lot of the work on the ground. So it's wetland restoration, native forests, shrublands, weed and pests, all that sort of work. So we're working with farmers. That's where we are today. We're on a dairy farm in North Canterbury. And so that sort of influences or provides my context as part of my role with Groundswell in terms of understanding the legislation. So I understand the legislation. I've understood the planning documents. I've briefly been through the Section 32 analysis, and I understand how the rules and policies work on the ground because I'm living, breathing them every day. So that's just a little bit of context. I guess from Groundswell's point of view, and if we really just hone in onto the key issue, and our key issue is around the natural and cultural values that exist on farms and how we empower, not just on farms, on all land, how we empower those custodians of that land to look after those natural and cultural values. I guess that's the crux of our submission. It goes back to the heart of the Resource Management Act, sustainable management. So, yeah, that's probably, oh, can you still hear me?
Yes, yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Yep. So I'm not actually in very good coverage here, but I'll keep going. But that's probably the crux of our submission, and then the rest of it's sort of explained in our written submission in terms of particularly Section 6 matters. And I've been interested listening into the hearings around Section 6 matters and how we go about protecting or better protecting natural and cultural values on our land, and that's land in the general context, and how we resource that, because that's a massive challenge in terms of resourcing weed and pest control, resourcing, understanding what's there. And I was interested to hear earlier submissions in that regard. And so I guess the summary of our submission is that using the Section 6 process in terms of mapping and applying regulation is fraught with difficulty and is actually proving ineffective in protecting those natural and cultural values on our land. And we've seen that here in our district of Huranui, which the council here.
Oh. If he comes back, he'll be back. He's to just turn around a couple of times, probably get the reception. Do the check. Hold on, man. Is it fingerprint?
Did you want to hang up so he can come back?
Maybe less age.
Hi, Jamie, it's AK. Your picture is still on the screen, but you've completely frozen. You. Okay, perfect. We will hopefully see you shortly.
I bet so.
Okay, he's just trying to connect on his
So we
phone.
could just put it on speakerphone.
Oh.
We could-
Are you there?
Next to there.
Would you just like to talk on speaker if I just pop you on speaker now?
Just come and pop in
Perfect.
here. And if anybody wants to come huddle closer to hear him, please feel free.
Can you just speak, Jamie? I'll make.
Yep, does it, work?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I guess I pretty well covered what I was going to say on behalf of Groundswell NZ. And this issue of Section 6, whether it's SNAs, sites and areas of significance to Maori, natural landscapes, outstanding landscapes, all these Section 6 matters are causing a lot of problems for landowners throughout the country, and that is the feedback we've had, and is probably one of the biggest issues that we are getting feedback from across the country. And we were, I was involved by online with one of your meetings up in the far north. I was invited to be part of that with the SNA issue. And I guess what the point with SNAs and SASMs as well is that it's a hugely consuming process on people and impacting people's well-being, causing a lot of disruption and not actually delivering on the core, which is seeing that these cultural and natural values on land are actually protected. So there's this notion that simply having regulation will protect these natural and cultural values. That doesn't happen because it's the actions on the ground that really matter. And I think your Section 32 picked that up quite well when they said that, and that was at 8.3, that imposing map and schedule SNA on unwilling and unsupportive landowners are unlikely to have positive Indigenous biodiversity outcomes. And that was exactly, that's the experience that we're finding actually around the country now, is that it's very well having these areas mapped and rules applied, but it's not actually protecting those values on the ground. I guess that's probably, Groundswell's keen to look at alternative solutions, and I listened earlier on about resourcing solutions. So in our district, we've actually, the SNAs have all gone, all the mapped SNAs, and actually the community have picked up and there's a whole lot of catchment groups. There's a land care group, there's a wilding tree trust, there's the Huranui Biodiversity Trust, which I'm a founding trustee. There's a whole lot of environmental action now being led by the community, and what we're seeing is all around the country, there's community-led solutions coming to the fore. And so what we're saying, that the planning context that far north is in at this point in time is quite different to what we were in 20 years ago. And we're seeking solutions that are a lot more community-led. Probably the final point, just picking up on the Federated Farmers submission, this is something that we've picked up right around the country. There's a lot of farmers under pressure with, and we're seeing it around here, we're actually starting to lose our farms to pine, which is new for us. It was initially hitting the east coast of North Island, but it's now hitting our district because sheep and beef hill country farmers are no longer viable. They're struggling with the huge amount of regulations. A lot of the farms around here, like in Northland too, we've got a lot of native bush wetlands on farms, and they're getting burdened with regulations and the cost of actually looking after those values. So I guess that's sort of the nub of our submission is focused in that area, the cultural and environmental values on land. So yeah, that's sort of a summary of our submission.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is we're going to pass this phone around the various commissioners. We have any questions for you, so we'll see how we're going. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my question to you was going to be if your organisation doesn't like the idea of mapping a regulation, what's the alternative that you suggest? And I think you actually answered it, which is that you want to see community-led solutions. Is that correct?
And what we're with Section 6 matters, and it's part of the reason why new SNAs were suspended, is that there needs to be a better way of, I guess, respecting those that are on the land, and a better way of so that those that have got cultural and natural values on their land don't feel penalised and aren't unnecessarily burdened as is happening, and that they actually feel like these values are an asset to them, not a liability, and that they feel empowered to protect them, because that's what a lot of our work is in the environmental space down here, and it's the same all around the country, is that if you empower people, if you empower communities, then the protection, the actual protection on the ground will flow. And so we're seeking a change from Section 6, quite a complete change in the way that Section 6 is done.
Okay, thank you. I'll see if any of the other commissioners have any questions. Here's Commissioner Watson.
Yeah, hi James, my name's Alan Watson. Part of what you're talking about is perhaps educating not only council officers but also landowners themselves to what they can do with the natural resource or the cultural resource that's on their land. But I mean, I'd have to look back on your earlier submission, and I can only look at one screen at a time here sort of style, but when you talk about the community-led initiatives, have you got any particular examples in Hurunui that you could point us towards as an example of what you're discussing?
Yes, well, Landcare Group they cover around 70% of the district in terms of land area, and they've got advisors working with farmers. I was actually on a farm with them yesterday, and they're looking at all sorts of aspects. So we were looking at wetlands, how to we've already fenced and protected quite a few wetlands on that farm, and we're looking at how to do more. Catchment groups that have all started, they're looking at freshwater quality, biodiversity within streams, how to go about that. With the Hurunui Biodiversity Trust, what we have sought to do is that rather than a significance approach, we've taken a threats approach. And we're working with we've got Forest and Bird and Fish and Game and Dock and Regional Council and District Council and farmer groups all involved. In the process, we were actually steering our own ship, and we have undertaken, which I've been involved in, a mapping process across the whole district to ascertain what the key threats are to our environment. And some of those are still human-induced threats. And weeds and pests certainly comes up as number one. And so what we're doing now is that sharing that information, look, these are the key threats to biodiversity in these particular areas. And then flowing on from that now, what we're getting is community scale weed and pest control. So we've got groups of farmers now thinking about a whole catchment or a whole hill range, and then they're facilitating the helicopter control to come in to clean up the deer. So that's the approach that we're taking in our district, and there's a lot of interest in what we're doing, because I guess we're charting new territory, because our council are throwing out the SNAs, and we're taking quite a different approach.
Oh no, that's really useful to hear from that point of view. So no, thanks for that. And I mean, obviously that information is useful to us. It seems to me that it's then a case of what we can actually do through the district plan process and through the submissions process as such. And like, a number of submitters we've heard, it's maybe initiatives or actions that the council could take outside of the district plan process as well. So we'll have to have a think about that and just how far we can go with it. But that is thanks from me. I'll just pass you over to the others.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Felicity Boy speaking. I'm Councillor Portman. I'm one of the councillors in the northern area. I'd had a question about your submission about your principal concerns. I see your submissions requesting that there be a hold put on the process. However, if we were to address your issues rather than, as you say, you know, not doing these overlays, are there any incentives or bonus conditions or any type of incentives under the rules of the district plan that you would suggest and that you've seen as examples that have worked well in Purunui or other areas of the district you've been involved with?
Any incentives in the district plan? Yes, I guess we had like rate relief and there were different incentives for having SNAs, but that still didn't address the tension that existed. And the issue of compensation or incentives is less of an issue compared to feeling of intrusion, and we saw that graphically with Far North, you know, that feeling of intrusion into private property. And I mean, it's not an argument about the private property rights, what I'm explaining just now. It's an argument about feelings of people and the attachment to the land and how you get those better outcomes with one land. So in terms of provisions, I mean, we foresee with our district at some point they'll be able to, at the next plan review, they'll be able to simply say that they're addressing, still have section 6, they'll be addressing section 6 matters through these mechanisms, and they'll list a whole lot of community initiatives. And they might have some baseline sort of policies, and there might be still some rules there relating to certain things. But overall, they'll just have there'll be I guess, a non-statutory document that they will seek as achieving their requirements if section 6 was still to exist. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so basically you're seeking no mapping, you're not supportive of mapping, and also in terms of any subdivision or land use bonus conditions or incentives conditions, you haven't got any that you would suggest?
No, not in that space. And in terms of the no mapping is within the context of the legislative environment that we're operating at the moment. And so what we're seeking is we support the government suspending new SNAs, but we actually met with them 2 weeks ago and said they need to do the same with all section 6 matters. Particularly SASMs, one of the biggest concerns coming up for us from around the country is the way that SASMs mapping is being rolled out around the country, and it's doing the same thing what SNAs did. It's really riling up communities, and it's undermining those cultural values that actually exist on land, and it's making landowners have these cultural values feel aggrieved. It's just repeating the same mistake, the whole SNA thing again. So we're seeking a pause to the map because of the failure of the legislative framework that we're operating under right now. So we would be saying to the Mr. Council, I mean, that's why we're saying no to mapping at this point in time.
Sorry, can I just clarify, what's the SASM? I was just trying to work out that acronym.
In the areas of significance to Maori, but it's basically any cultural site mapping. In the most common term is what they call SASMs. There's also cultural landscapes. Every council's a bit different, but a lot of councils are now picking up the SASMs as a mechanism, I guess. And it comes from the same section as SNA, so it's section 6. It's the same problem. So it doesn't matter whether it's cultural. There's cultural values on private land, in the mapping of those under the RMO section 6.
Thank you. I'm just going to pass you over to Commissioner Walker.
Kia ora, Jamie. Ko Siani Walker tēnei, the Commissioner Walker. Hey, thank you for your kōrero and your discussion that you've just given. Read your submission and did see those points around being penalised for the environment, for having natural and cultural values on your sites. Yeah, good clarity in regards to mapping. It's not a preference. And I like that you've signalled there are some community solutions that are working out in the field and giving us that example of the Kaikohe Biodiversity Trust. And I agree, cultural and natural values aren't necessarily protected through legislation, is not necessarily the best way. There are other mechanisms. And as you say, the community solution, lead solutions is one of them. What I just wanted to check, as you say, cultural values and natural values can sometimes be a problem for landowners. So what I wanted to, and also the other side of that as well, in particular for cultural values, iwi and hapu have fears as well of private landowners potentially destroying sites, or as you signalled, because they don't particularly understand that they have a sense of being imposed upon or an intrusion on landowners. So what I wanted to ask was, with your Puhunui Biodiversity Trust example, you gave an indication of some of the parties that you're working with. Are there any iwi, hapu or marae members on there?
We don't have a membership as such. We have sought engagement with our local runanga on several occasions, which is not easy, simply from the point of view that the workload that has come on to everyone is just so difficult. And we would love to, we do have like a cultural, what's they called, a cultural management advisor with the regional council here that can come out onto farms and talk with landowners about cultural values on those farms or on those properties. And ideally, I think we need to get that one-on-one advice is powerful.
Yeah.
But it's hugely difficult to resource.
Yes.
I think I listened to one of your speakers earlier on was talking about resourcing, and that's a huge problem here in Canterbury because we've got so many farmers caught under consents, and then the runanga are involved with the consent process, and they just can't. No one can resource all of what is required. And that's why I guess, with the work I do, I'm so much focused on it's all about getting the runs on the ground. It's giving the landowners the understanding what's here and the tools and the right advice about how to protect that. So until we get that one-on-one, and I know there's quite a bit of work going on through like our trust and the land care group, making farmers more aware of not just natural values but cultural values. But at the end of the day, it's that one-on-one advice somehow being resourced.
Yes, fantastic. No, thank you for that. The other thing as well is, that's a good example that that's alive and working with yourself. I think from in particular where there is an awareness by a landowner that there is a cultural site or there is something on their site that historically Nan and Granddad have said, no, don't go there, etc., etc. So sometimes our landowners do have an awareness of things. They don't know what the things are, but they have an awareness of stuff on their side. And from an iwi, hapu, or even the Marae's perspective, relationships is the key for them, because what it is, it's about sites and places that they have not had the ability to reconnect, in particular with the land or with the waterways. And this is an opportunity, well, this can be opportunities for the local hapu or iwi or marae to be able to build a relationship, or start a conversation, I should say, to hopefully develop into a relationship. And then at the end of the day, it's all about good outcomes. And from what you've been communicating with the natural values, you're in there doing wetland protection, you're in there with water quality, fresh water quality and streams. Those are outcomes that iwi and hapu also sort of seek. And in particular with these sites, I think understanding any cultural values is ideally communicated from those that connect to that site. So it's good indication, thank you, that you've said that the regional council provide a cultural advisor to help, which is great. And sometimes it might be good to ask that advisor if they know who somebody they could connect with. So sometimes it's all about making connections, you have conversations. So yeah, I just wanted to just sort of signal from a iwi, hapu or marae perspective, it's about connections and relationships and getting good outcomes. So not wanting to instill the fear, and I get that with landowners because they don't necessarily understand, and they think sometimes they're being, as you indicated, the intrusion is the landowners. Sometimes it's just that cup of tea and conversation, and like especially in the country, you take the new neighbours come to town, you take a cake and you have a cup of tea. Similar thing for cultural values on site. So it does sound scary when we don't understand and don't know, but I like that you're looking at community solutions. And I think part of those solutions are talking to the iwi, hapu, marae to understand those values. So thank you for your conversation and thank you for your reply. I'll just pass you on to our Commissioner, Harawira.
Kia ora. Builder Helgard Harawira here. Hey, I just really want to ask a question. I'm not really clear on this. I'm new at this game. What does it mean for Carrington to be a special purpose zone? I get you've got a national overview, but what does that mean for Carrington, which is in the middle of Kaikohe? What would that look like for the Carrington in the midst of the Kaikohe Peninsula alongside mainly hapu, iwi and other neighbours?
In relation to our submission.
This is groundswell.
I know, I don't know, but you quoted two local programs here, the Carrington Reserve and, the Carrington Farm and the Cody Cliffs. I was just trying to picture what does a special purpose zone, is it something that's economic or is it what? Sorry.
I think that's in another submission that wasn't part of our submission.
I think it's these guys coming later.
Oh,
Yeah.
so sorry. I've got statement of planning evidence by Andrew McPhee.
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong channel. Right, I'm getting the wrong thing all along. That's Katie. Well, never mind that question. Kia ora.
Okay, hey, thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much for your submission and answers to our questions. We got there, albeit with the phone. We've got no more further questions to you, but thank you very much for your submission and evidence today.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, kia ora. Well, Mr. McPhee, you've had at least one question telegraphed.
Yeah.
Mr. McPhee's writing his answer to that question as we speak. Our next submitter is the Karapiro Conservation Trust, and they're going to be presenting remotely. So if you could turn your camera and your microphone. Kia ora.
Kia
Sorry, Karapiro. Sorry, my mistake. Can you hear and see us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's loud and clear. So we're handing it over to you for your submission.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. So I'm speaking on behalf, my name's Melanie Miller. I'm speaking on behalf of Kapiro Conservation Trust. Strategic direction regarding SDSP01. We support the Section 42 recommendation to add clarification, belonging, connection to the environment and inclusiveness. But we oppose the recommendation to delete place. We want to retain the word place. And the reason for that is partly because the strategic direction itself states that its strategy is based on and aligns with our Far North 2100 vision document. And that stresses the importance of place, the role of the council's placemaking role. I will skip through some of these reasons. And a number of submitters also noted the significance of place. Economic prosperity, SDEP 04. So we do support the Section 42 recommendation to add that is safe, efficient and sustainable, but we strongly oppose their recommendation to reject multimodal because that is important. It includes the potential for to support future railway as well as active transport. So we seek a change, adding multimodal, and enables active transport, because we think these are really critical things for the urban areas of our district in particular, but also for regional infrastructure. Justification, we note that the RPS guidance on connectivity places a high priority on walking, cycling. The Far North 2100 actions support walking and cycling. It has many benefits. Physical health, reduces emissions, reduces traffic congestion, a major issue in some parts of the district, and provides a low-cost transport option for users. Multiple submissions also notice the significant role of active transport or multimodal transport, including Kotahi and others. On urban form, UFD 03, we do support the Section 42 recommendation to add and additional infrastructure. But we seek to add one more part, which is that infrastructure should be not just planned, but also funded, or funding should have been identified. Because having it merely planned on paper is not really good enough. And in cases where infrastructure is not provided by developers, we think that funding does need to be secured and identified in LTPs or committed by government or other sources. We wanted to point out that many councils around the Motu collect financial contributions or development contributions or both, and this reduces the burden on ratepayers by contributing to infrastructure. But our district council doesn't require those, and the PDP is blank in requiring financial contributions, apart from Esplanade land. When it comes to the natural environment, SDNE 01, we think it would be beneficial to add Indigenous biodiversity for clarification, because it's the Indigenous biodiversity that we value and want to foster, not just biodiversity that includes an increasing range of exotic species. And we note that the RMA is Section 7. Councils are supposed to have particular regard to intrinsic values of ecosystems. So in NE03, we would like to add intrinsic values. In SDNE04, we would seek to replace carbon emissions with the broader term greenhouse gas emissions, just as a reminder for all of us. The District Council's own climate action policy gives a definition of that and specifies actions to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. And the term greenhouse gas is actually used in several of the PDP provisions, such as the transport provisions shown here. SDNE 05, we would seek to add water bodies and their margins, and to note that these special features are valued. The RMA section 6 does include water bodies and their margins, and various submitters seek greater protection of water in matters that are relevant to the district plan. I recognise some matters are relevant, are not. So we feel that it would be beneficial for the strategic direction text to be included among matters to be revisited after other PDP hearings to check for consistency. There may be subsequent hearings that identify significant matters that need to be addressed in the strategic direction, and agreeing to revisit that text would provide an opportunity to get to ensure coherent and a consistent approach. So some of the PDP-wide matters and general matters, we do seek a greater focus on climate. It is a very urgent matter. And when preparing a district plan, the RMA section 74 does specifically require councils to have regard to any emissions reduction plan and national adaptation plan made under the Climate Change Response Act. And those documents exist, and we feel that more could be introduced into the PDP to further action on climate matters. Things like ensuring a compact urban form in future development and requiring cycleways in the larger new developments and requiring permeable surfaces to be used where that's feasible. Just more information about the FNDC climate roadmap and so on. As a general approach in the PDP, we do seek clear and unambiguous objectives and policies. Some of the wording, as stated at present in some chapters, isn't as clear as it could be and can be interpreted in different ways. We think at the moment there is much too much reliance on discretionary activity status. Our experience under the operative district plan is that this does lead to very different uneven interpretations of what is needed or required. And we seek clear and unambiguous assessment criteria. The PDP refers to criteria from various other documents, but doesn't contain assessment criteria in key areas. There's one particular issue related to public and limited notification. We do strongly oppose Kaikohe's proposal to exclude restricted discretionary activities from notification. We think this appears to contravene the RMA provisions on notification, and there is little enough public input at the moment in the assessment of planning proposals, so it would be really undesirable to decrease those further. We see various placeholders in the PDP. There are a number of several plans under development, particularly the Kerikeri Waipapa Spatial Plan, and we expect that other urban areas and other communities may be involved in developing plans in the coming years. We would like to see that there's a mechanism for including those. We also want to see placeholders for new special zones or similar to cover significant new development areas, notably the Brownlee property, which is proposed for rezoning, and the Bing property. There have been a number of submissions about rezoning those specific areas. We think that it is important to refer to these, if you like, secondary plans, such as spatial plans and lower order plans, because for efficiency and transparency, all the relevant plans need to be included in the online version, at least, of the PDP and map with links or overlays or other things. It's so much easier for developers and the public if they can go to one single location online to access all the relevant planning materials associated with the district plan, rather than seeking them in, having to seek them in different places. We also seek a placeholder for financial contributions in the PDP. It's not fair that the full burden of cost for council infrastructure related to development normally falls on the council or taxpayers, because the district council doesn't collect essential contributions at present. We think they should be, and a variation to the PDP would be able to insert that, presumably, into the PDP. As just one final matter, regarding the rural environment, other Hearing 1 submissions have referred specifically to highly productive land and the horticulture zone. We do seek significant protection measures for high quality soil and land because it's an essential and strictly finite resource important for future food security, as well as the economic well-being of communities in this district. And when it comes to horticulture, we do seek retention of the horticulture zone in the PDP. Horticulture investment has been increasing substantially in recent years and is growing. And Maori horticulture in particular is a growth area economically, and this activity does need further consideration and protection. We also seek provisions to protect valuable infrastructure related to this. There's, for example, to the north and south of Kaikohe, there's a very large, extensive irrigation system with very large networks of underground pipelines. This is actually a highly valuable asset, which doesn't seem to be adequately protected at present. We do recognise the very difficult and complex balance between the land for production versus the need for housing, development and growth, and we certainly acknowledge the pressing need for housing, especially affordable housing and social housing. And we think clear assessment criteria would assist in this. We note that the RMA, Section 5, certainly stresses the need to protect and safeguard the life-supporting capacity of soil and to recognise the importance of strictly finite resources. The LUC classes 1 and 2 account for less than 3% of the land in this district, and much has already been lost to development. So if we are, it is indeed a strictly finite resource, and we do need to take due care to protect it. We noted that the Northland Regional Council's PDP submissions also recommended the Council to carefully consider what mechanisms to put in place to protect Class 1, 2 and 3 and possibly some Class 4 as a valuable natural resource, And it recognised also the use of the horticulture zone as a valuable means of protecting such land. We note that the National Planning Standards guidelines on rural zones do actually allow non-standard zones, such as the horticulture zone, for areas with special environmental characteristics. For example, Hastings has a rural plains zone specifically to support vine growing. And this is an extract just from the National Planning Standards guidance on that matter. We've seen that some submissions imply that a term such as horticulture zone is not valid, whereas we think the National Planning Standards would allow for that. Finally, if the further discussions with the submitters on hearing one topics, our group would very much like to be involved. And thank you for your time. I finished there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I take it you've submitted a copy of that presentation to our hearing administrator. So do we have a copy of that?
We will send it to you by email very shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just see whether any of the panel members have any questions. My first observation is we're here to look at sort of part one and of the district plan, and covered a lot of matters that sort of probably go beyond that. But I assume you'll be coming back to later here. So
yes, indeed.
I think what you're doing is foreshadowing further submissions at later dates. So thank you. That'll be helpful to us to understand the context of overall submissions. I'll just see if the other panel members have any questions.
Just to say, you've given a great overview from both the regional council and far north. You'd be a great staff member here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, look, I think your submission was quite clear and succinct. So we don't have any further questions for you. So thank you again for your presentation. And we'll look forward to seeing you again at later hearings.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and so now we've got Karapira Estate and Jade Limited Partnership and Carrington Farms Jade Limited Partnership. Mr. McBean, if you'd like to come and take a seat at the table, welcome. Chair.
Carrington.
Yes.
Real Carrington.
Please stand up.
And obviously we have pre-read your evidence. So feel free to a pithy summary of the matters that you want us to consider, and perhaps any other matters that you might want to raise. Readable.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Andrew McPhee. I am a Director and Planning Consultant at Bay Island Planning. My qualifications and work experience are outlined in my body of evidence. I'm here today having prepared evidence in support of a further submission made by Carrington Estate Jade LP and Carrington Estate Farms Jade LP. Carrington. Okay. I'll assume that my evidence, as you've seen, is taken as read, so I don't intend to cover in detail its contents. I haven't, nor do I intend to go into the merits or the provisions of the Carrington Estate Special Purpose Zone itself, as this will be done in a later hearing scheduled in March next year. By way of a brief overview or background, Carrington was established through resource consents, and those resource consents are provided for in the operative district plan in the form of a special area in Chapter 18. The zone has essentially been rolled over into the proposed district plan, with the Section 32 stating words to this effect. Changes being centred around structure and formatting to align with the national planning standards and the hybrid approach taken by the proposed district plan. Carrington is one of 12 special purpose zones. that is described in the operative and proposed district plan as an area being developed for recreational and tourist facilities. The special purpose zones in the district plan are all unique and for a variety of reasons are classified as special purpose zone in the proposed district plan. In respect of Carrington, I would argue that a large contributor that makes it special is the location in which it sits. The Section 32 overview in 5.1.2, which is the economic overview, identifies that tourism and primary production, including agriculture, forestry and fishing, are by far the greatest contributors to the local economy, with these sectors combined contributing 25% to the gross domestic product in 2019. Unlike primary production, tourism is largely ignored in terms of strategic direction, despite being a significant contributor to the local economy. I acknowledge that the brief special purpose zones varieties vary significantly, as do their characteristics and functions. If a strategic objective was deemed appropriate, there does not appear to be a single location for the objective to sit to cover all special purpose zones. However, in terms of Carrington, it would appear to best sit in the economic prosperity section for the reasons identified. As per my evidence, if a strategic objective accommodating the plan's special zones is accepted, then subsequent amendments are likely required to give effect to the strategic objective. This will ensure that where effects are not understood on land surrounding the special zone, consideration of the special zone is required. In other words, a protection from reverse sensitivity effects. This control is applied in the policy framework for rural production activities on adjacent zones in the proposed district plan. Highlighted in purple, policy 3 from both the rural lifestyle zone and the rural residential zone apply a reverse sensitivity policy in favour of primary production. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I think reverse sensitivity is sort of quite a key element to the evidence. Would that be fair? Yeah. And so we were actually having this discussion with Federated Farmers earlier. I don't know if you were here to see any of that. And the question of reverse sensitivity was being discussed with them. And of course, who provides the buffer? And both sides think the other guy should. The sensitive activity wants to see the buffer applying to the rural activity.
Yeah.
And of course, the farmers will say, well, we were here first and we're lawfully established. You should provide the buffer. So how would that sit with something like Carrington, which was established by way of resource consent? And I assume that they would have covered reverse sensitivity issues at that time.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
As I mentioned just previously, the rural production activities do have reverse sensitivity policies within the rural production environment and the rural residential zones. So they do have some form of policy protection there, and also within the strategic objective chapter, they have rural strategic objectives, which give them a foundation for those policies. So I guess the lack of any sort of tourist or economic facilitator, such as Carrington, for example, that benchmark or that there was a key term used yesterday, the engine room. It doesn't have that place in the engine room to feed into further amendments to the
And so you're looking for amendments to the economic prosperity section. And would that apply to all special zones, or do you want it specific to Carrington?
It's a good question because it does apply to all special zones. The original submission and further submission that Carrington submitted. So, I mean, you've got a breadth of special zones there, which are tourist related. Some hospitals, the hospital zones, the airport zone, North Island. So I don't have an answer for you in terms of where it should sit, but I do believe they are special for a reason and for different reasons. And the activity should be protected from surrounding.
And I think the argument was put forward that from the 2A report was, should this not be just recognised in the special purpose zone? Why does it need to be recognised in the strategic section?
For the reasons I said, it's particularly for Carrington. I'll speak for Carrington. So the reason why it's special, it's largely because of where it sits, and they've got a pristine environment, and it's It's a large generator of economic benefit for the local economy, so.
So it's location, context and contribution to the. Yeah, good summary.
Those are factors.
Okay, thank you. I haven't got any further questions.
Just, I mean, in terms of the strategic direction, I mean, there's almost like a hierarchy as the council officers have portrayed it to us that what goes in that strategic direction or not, and I suspect they're probably not seeing this as of sufficient importance to the overall plan to be elevated to that position. But do you think this is something that should be looked at when consent applications are looked at, rather than being a part of a strategic direction, that it's more of an objective in association with the zoning of the adjacent land or even the land itself? I mean, I suppose just to clarify that a little bit more, do you follow through that strategic direction with other provisions further down the chain in the district plan?
My client does not have scope within their submission, further submission to do so, but I note that the original submission by our farms, I think it is, they have scope for subsequent changes to the district plan should the submission be accepted.
Yeah, because it just seemed to me, I mean, when I read your submission, I put down, you know, where consent is sought for activities on land adjoining an SB2, and for activities that are not permitted and or controlled, then regard is to be given to avoiding or mitigating potential adverse effects on the new unique values or functions of that SB2. I thought something like that was more specific than what you're perhaps seeking, which we would probably have scope to implement. Be that as it may, I didn't see that as part of a strategic direction, but something as more of a zone objective.
Agree. So I did broach into an area where submission did not have scope. Submission no scope. It was more to sort of, I guess, foreshadow any consequential changes that may be appropriate to give effect to the strategic objective of the type sought through the submission.
Yeah, the consequential, you know, amendments is quite a broad thing that decision makers can use. Well, that's useful. Thanks.
Sure, and I'll ask my question. I'm still trying to fathom what a special zone is. Does it mean an economic activity is part of a community or insular inside that community to itself? And just, I suppose I'm trying to understand Carrington, because I know there's, you know, sometimes there's tension inside the Kaikohe Peninsula. So I'm not really sure what it is that you're trying to achieve. I'm just trying to see it in the layperson's terms.
I would try to give light to the importance of the special zones in the proposed district plan, and as I've broached Carrington in particular because of where it sits and the economic generator that it is, it's important to protect it in some way, shape or form, or provide for it in further later parts of the plan for protection. So it seeks a reverse sensitivity type arrangement where land surrounding Carrington, where the effects are not well understood, are considered at the time of resource consent, is essentially the end product of it.
Not clear, sorry. So you've got Kaikohe farms in the midst of Ngāti Kai. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
And so there was a relationship at the beginning, and is that still there, or the remnants of one? And is it still part of the community, or is it really tailored for external tourism?
I can't comment to the relationship that one has with the local iwi hapu. This is more seeking a strategic objective for special zones, special purpose zones in the proposed district plan. Sorry, I don't have detail around those relationships.
I suppose I'm really trying to find out whether there's a relationship with local hapu and iwi, that's all, as well. And with special purpose zones, what if you still entertain them?
The zone itself is in the proposed district plan, and the merits of the zone itself will be, I'm sure, argued at a later point in hearing 11, I think it is, next year. This is, I guess, setting a framework for further changes to the proposed district plan to protect those special zones. This is, we're not into the provisions themselves of Carrington Estate Special Purpose Zone.
So I think the point you're trying to make is that you're wanting recognition of special zones, and in particular Carrington.
Well,
in
Carrington
that
is an
structure,
example.
yeah, in that
Yes.
structure of strategic matters. Yeah. So Commissioner Foy has a subsequent question for you.
Thank you for your submission. And I think it's just more to give local context. I've asked a few of these questions this morning, and it probably will help Commissioner Hilda Harawira get in context. So the examples that you gave, I think you gave as well the example of Kaikohe Cliffs.
It's another special purpose.
And so that's another large golf course with, you know, a lot of, you know, significant, beautiful landscape. And I note that you referred to the district plan, proposed district plan, mainly having a focus on rural or primary production activities within the.
It was more that sensitivity type policy is provided for rural production activities in rural zones, as opposed to there's nothing there for tourism.
Correct. And so you're seeking to change it, this hearing's about the strategic objectives, underline the district plan and essentially outlining that these areas are special. So I think, can you just give context about, you know, why someone might come to the Far North and why, when you look at Carrington as being special, you know, people might go and play golf there, they'll go to the beautiful beach there, they'll go to the vineyard, and that might be the same for Kaikohe Cliffs, where it's a significant area that people might fly in from international areas and go to there as a special top of the line tourism destination, not only for Far North, but for the whole country. Do you have any context around that, maybe, that way as well?
Just given the context, it's all of those things. It's an economic generator and brings money into the local economy. I guess Kaikohe Cliffs is a similar type product, but then you've also got other special purpose zones that have different functions and have got different values, which is still worth protecting, but not necessarily economic generators. I'm not sure this answers your question, but.
Yes, I think it was just mainly as well to ask a question to give context to Councillor Hilda about what the special purpose zones sort of do. And how they give it special zones to recognise those activities within the plan and they're being moved into the new plan.
As long as they're not exempt from, you know, hapu iwi concerns for wāhi tapu. Yeah, that's what I worry about, is that you get a special, I don't know, no, sorry, but I worry that if people get a special status, does it make them exempt from following other regularly understood and observed things?
No, certainly a strategic objective wouldn't veto over any other obligations under the Resource Management Act.
If it's of any assistance, Hilda, I mean, most of those matters have been taken into account in formulating that special zone. And when your council went through the process of implementing or agreeing with the special zone to these particular areas, those are certainly values that have been taken into account. So if we were looking at a new special purpose, then yeah, we'd go down that path. But at this stage, those have been taken into account. That zoning has been settled on that property.
Good, Andrew, good to see you. So knowing Carrington Farms, and it has sites of significance on it from an iwi hapu perspective, there's an awareness of that, and various processes are demonstrated sites of, it's an area of with lots of sensitivity associated with it. So I just wanted to check, yes, the operative has a development plan and schedule. Is there an intention on doing an updated master plan of any sorts to reflect?
Not at this juncture. The existing development plan, which sits in the operative plan, has been rolled over to the proposed district plan.
No, okay, no, that's okay. And in the strategic direction, that it's got yes, economic and social well-being, economic prosperity. It's also got historic and cultural well-being, and in particular, those objectives have reflections of Te Ao Māori, Te Kaka Māori, etc. So I suppose the site having sensitivity on it, that's known to multiple parties, you sort of signalled you didn't sort of know where it may sit, because this was supporting a further submission for the Waiau Bay Farms, yes? Right. So yeah, I suppose in that strategic direction context, economic prosperity, what's my question? My question is, yeah, I suppose you've got the historic and cultural well-being, you've got those multiple layers, I suppose you could say, on Carrington Farms that would need to be considered going forward. But if I have a question, sorry, I suppose I just wanted to get that out.
Thank you, Siani.
Sorry, yeah.
Sort of that evidence from the bench.
Yeah, sorry.
No, thank you. I mean, perhaps that's just clarifying some of the points that you've already made. I don't have any further questions for you, except that you obviously want to take a further submission. Are you relying on that further submission for components of the district plan in relation to Carrington? Or
not at this juncture, no. This is the strategic direction. That's the only.
Oh, no, I'm sort of saying that you came into the strategic direction hearing in the back of further submission.
Yeah.
Are you relying on that same further submission for other components of the plan?
So yeah, I did broach in my evidence that we don't have scope, obviously, within I was trying to sort of provide an avenue, should it be favourable, that there is scope through the original submission to make subsequent changes.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say, are you going to be relying on that further submission to make further evidence?
I don't think I can.
Okay, so you think that's the scope issue you're constrained by? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your evidence. We'll take that into consideration. And good enough to read through the rest of your participation in the process.
Thank you. Likewise.
It's a bit tougher on the other side.
Just thinking about finishing the road up to the.
Righto, so moving right along, Far North Holdings.
Yeah, new airports.
Now we have a brief of evidence from you, Mr. Sanson, that's correct.
Yes, Jason Cavane from.
Okay, does your client want to present any evidence?
No.
No, we're just here to answer questions and keep a check on your planning consultants.
Absolutely.
Okay, so thank you. We have read evidence. Sanson, perhaps you'd just like to summarise the like Mr. McPhee done, and perhaps raise any other matters. Yep. Residents having seen everybody else.
Sure thing. So Steve Sanson, Holdings. I'll probably just briefly give a really quick background about who Farnworth Holdings are and what they do, and then I'll get to the some of this, the evidence. I can use that term. So Farnworth Holdings is the commercial arm of the Farnworth District Council, tasked with a specific statement of intent to drive economic and community development across the region. Operating commercially over the past 17 years, Farnworth Holdings Limited has pioneered numerous economic and community initiatives across Northland and stands at the forefront of stimulating growth and prosperity for the benefit of Farnworth ratepayers. Notable projects include Opua Marina, the Ngāwha Innovation and Enterprise Park, 60 homes with Te Hauoro o Ngāwhi through its subsidiary Farm Housing, community projects such as Mānia, Te Honanga, and Ngāwha Springs, and various others. These projects have attracted significant investment into the region and have created a wealth of employment opportunities, enhancing the quality of life for local communities. My primary evidence is around timing, I believe, to summarise it. And really, obviously, the primary submission of Farm Holdings is in relation to its land holdings in the Opua Marina area. We're at a stage at hearing one where there is a view that prescribing zones of different types of zones at this stage isn't appropriate, or bring your evidence now. I believe due to timing issues, we can't actually bring that evidence now to confirm the Opua Marina development area we're looking for. And so my solution or suggestion is to have that placeholder, just picking up on the Kapiro Trust evidence just previously around. We're in for a long process. A lot of the things people are wanting later on down the stage, but we shouldn't discredit that at this early hearing. We should either, as I provided my primary evidence, provide a placeholder to say we may, or council may continue to use those zones. And if we get to those hearings at a later date, findings are we do want them, then great, that can stay as it is. The findings are that we don't really need these different types of zoning, which is that the council has an out at the very last hearing, actually, the wrap up or consequential amendments hearings to perhaps remove our small placeholder that we have offered. So I'll just take questions there because we can't go around in circles too much with this one. So yeah, appreciate any questions.
So it's not exactly, there's no specific relief with regards to the strategic chapter that you're seeking at this moment, but signalling that there might be.
Oh, no, I think there is, I think within the strategic direction chapter, there's how the plan works. There's various other lead-in components that where it could be useful to say, or have that placeholder to say, we actually don't know the remaining, what the outcome of the remaining 17, 18 hearings are going to be. So to provide confidence to submitters, Farm Holdings and various others who probably put a lot of time and effort into it, for instance, I think it's appropriate to provide that placeholder.
If there's any other questions.
Yeah, the chair's gone to some length during the hearing to date to impart that to people. Difficult for us to actually write something of that nature into a proposed plan or into a planning document as such. So, you know, that's a matter of process in terms of how it works through. And I guess taking from what you're saying to us, it's probably good that we make that point at hearings on a regular basis, because it's only pragmatic that we do it in that way. But at 24, you give some proposed wording that goes some way towards that. And that's certainly something we could pick up on, that there's various mechanisms and the like. But the only way I believe that, well, from what we're hearing, the only way we could really do that is just impart to people that that's the process we're going through. I mean, you look at any of the bigger plans, you look at the Auckland Unitary Plan, for example, that's the way that had to be dealt with as such. You just got to drop it all out, it's all completed as such. But clearly we'd have to go through interim decision making. If that's the right term, we should probably move away from that, because I think people take the wrong thing out of it. We need to sort of put placemakers or markers in place as we go through.
Yes, I mean, yesterday when we did our, I don't know if you heard our introduction yesterday, I made the point that we're not going to be issuing a recommendation or finding recommendations, but we are going, because this is an 18-month process, we are going to be having, and I've loosely called it, and I'm sorry for doing this, but I loosely called it interim deliberations, but they're not going to be findings. They're just going to be panel getting together at the end of each topic. And so where do we think the evidence is heading? And then that means that when we come together at the end of do it. And we may have to go back and look at again at our interim findings, recommendations, and then revisit them because of what's come to us subsequently. A district plan has to be dealt with in a reductionist process. You have to slice and dice it somehow. And we've decided to go in this sort of topic direction. But rest assured, there aren't going to be actual interim findings released. There's going to be one single recommendation report at the end, but we're going to be evaluating as we go. I don't know if that gives your client much. Does that give you some comfort?
Yes and no. Yeah.
And the other thing that we recognise as well is that we are in quite a dynamic planning environment at the moment, and there are going to be things coming from, well, we think we know where some of the things are coming from, but there are going to be probably things that we don't know about yet that are going to land on us and interrupt. So we're just going to have to be adaptive. And there is the possibility of some variations potentially coming as well. So I think this is the journey we're on, but we're going to adapt to it the best that we can.
The other point you make, there's too, Steve, at 21, you talk about the reporting planner rejecting the submissions. And then I think you're flattering the reporting planner a bit. Reporting planner makes recommendations and actually rejects submissions. Reporting planner may have recommended that submission be rejected, but they don't actually reject it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here. I think you know that better than me.
Any questions?
No, thank you. I just thought you might have at least 10 different kind of, what are you calling them? Zones.
No, just one, but later on.
And I presume we're going to be seeing you in further hearings as we progress through. Yep. Okay, good. We look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much for your evidence and your answers to our questions. Okay, well, how are we going for time? I think we're doing quite well.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, it's a bit late. You know, when you're waiting for these 18-month process to happen, does this hold you up on a lot of work for Farnell's Holdings?
What it will do is it will prevent, I suppose, the delivery of some strategic decision making. So yeah, there will be delays there, but we will, I suppose, have to counsel our strategy to align with this process. So there probably will be times as we go forward through this process that we're probably a bit more forthright in what we're looking for. But I guess we'll just follow the process in the interim.
Airport.
I'm not here for that. Yes, thank you.
I'll fix it while you can. Thank you very much. Okay, so our next submitter is Vision Kitty Kitty. Rolf, from your yeah, I see you've been here all morning, so thank you for your patience.
I'll come here deliberately to listen to interesting points and others, and you can see from my paper that I have added quite a bit.
Yes, now we have a presentation that you previously submitted, so you put that up on the screen.
Yep.
You've got multiple screens to look at, so choose whichever one is most convenient to you, and we'll be in your. Who's got the clicker?
I got it.
You've got the clicker, yep. Right? So we're in your hands.
Great. Thank you very much. Is it a good morning? Is that what I have here? And say afternoon. My name is Rolf Müller-Dodde, and as you may guess already from my accent, I'm German. I've been living in the Stone Store basin in Kaikohe since 22 years. And I'm one of the Vision Kaikohe founders and presently the acting chair. The other way around. Where do I point it?
What was just that button there, right?
Yeah, the faded one worked.
Hated one.
Do you want me to?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
That one.
That's not that good. Oh, that error has already been well used. Right. So thank you very much for this opportunity to highlight a few important topics included in the Vision Carry's substantial submissions. My slides basically speak for themselves. However, you will notice a lot of the stuff you know already, because Dr. Melanie Miller is a Vision Kiri member, an active member, and she has contributed a lot into our submission as well. I hadn't seen her submission, so a lot of it is really identical, so we can flip through relatively quickly, I think. We cooperate not only with the Kapiro Conservation Trust, but also our Keri and other community groups, all with the same aims of protecting the environment, to achieve and to keep amenity values in urban areas. Vision Kiri is a not-for-profit community group focusing on good planning for Kiri and environs. We founded Vision Kiri in 2005 in order to avoid a 8-story building in the middle of Kiri village. Eventually, it wasn't built, as you probably know. Fortunately, it would look like Oreva with one finger sticking out in the middle. We think that this doesn't fit into the urban area of a little village like we have so ever since we have continued to be a town planning group or a planning group, and we observe what developers are planning and whether we think that this makes sense, whether it needs improvement, whether it should be avoided altogether. So we have a pretty clear plan to enhance our community's well-being, economic prosperity, urban development, and environmental stewardship. Here you can see more of what Vision Kiri's objectives are, but I won't go into the details. It's available anyway. Important is the New Zealand Urban Design Protocol, as well as sustainable handling of the environment, are important for the whole district. So that's at our heart. And we think that the PDP is the council's tool to outline key aspects of our district's strategic directions. And therefore, we are happy to provide essential recommendations to the PDP to achieve sustainable results. I liked yesterday, watched all the movies yesterday. I liked to hear the term engine room for the strategic direction section. Surely there are a lot of directions relating to all areas, including special zones, which should not be excluded, of course. And that makes it obvious that they need to be included in the strategic directions rather than in the individual PDP sections. I have now, as I said, we have a few points which Melanie made already earlier. We request to keep the word place in this SP01 because place is mentioned all over the place, included the Farmers 2100 plan. So place making, we are working on the what's the plan? Spatial plan, yes, spatial plan. Obviously, a lot to do with place as well. Sorry, my mind is getting older.
Doing well.
We also think that the multimodal transport is important and request to enhance the section. It's an integrated multimodal transport network that is safe, efficient, sustainable, and enables active transport. When we talk about cycleways, and we heard before that somebody didn't like cycleways because it might be a nice to have. We don't see cycleways as nice to have, unless they are possibly just to have fun or maybe even tourists. We have a very nice cycleway here up next, which is very important, but this is not what we are talking about when we are talking about cycling as a means of local transport. That means students can go to school by bicycle rather than blocking up the town with a lot of cars, which are obviously emitting a lot of emissions, which are dangerous, and kids on bikes is much more healthy, sportive activity. But of course, it needs to be safe. And at the moment, we don't have any safe cycleways. Yeah. This was a slide about active transport. Sorry. Urban form, we also support the addition of additional infrastructure, and that the infrastructure should not only be planned but also funded to meet anticipated demands for housing and business activities. Yeah, we really don't want to get stuck in development when there's eventually something decided and there's not money. This approach aligns also with practices of other councils and addresses the long-standing call from community groups for the council to reintroduce contributions, which we had heard already before as well. The towns, and not only Kirikiri, Kaikohe, and Kaitaia obviously as well, are growing, and we need to enhance the infrastructure, including local transport. We also seek, same as Melanie, to add the word indigenous biodiversity in order to make it more clear. We also include intrinsic values to acknowledge the inherent worth of the natural environment. And very important, to replace the word carbon emissions with greenhouse gas emissions to have all the gases there. It makes it transparent and throughout the document. So this is also greenhouse gas emissions. Our parts take very much for the climate change or against climate change. To say something radical, biodiversity. To say something radical would be, we can probably live without kiwi birds. But we cannot live with 5 degrees warm. If you want to, as I said, I want to protect kiwi, of course. I don't want even 1 degree climate change. But this is how important we see climate change. It overarches everything. We cannot avoid climate change. We can forget about everything. We are wasting our time here if we have these kind of temperature increases. The water bodies. Melanie has mentioned that already as well. We seek to add coastal environment water bodies and their margins in order to have more included what needs to be protected. A number of submitters have noted the need for greater protection of water, and it's very obvious, I think. that the water quality in the farmhouse is horrible. We're doing water testing ourselves. There must be either too many cows on the paddocks, and there's a lot of flow into the rivers and at lakes, and also probably septic tanks which don't work properly. So swimming in the Kirikiri storm store basin is not really recommendable most of the time, especially after heavy rain. I was happy to hear that you are already intending to revisit everything, including the strategic direction after having gone through all the hearings, because eventually you might have to include something that isn't there yet. We also support what Melanie said, to put placeholders and general principles for transport plans, spatial plans, master plans, urban design protocols, so that we will have the required flexibility to wherever it is possible. Although having said that, we have been arguing for since the beginning that our plan, our district plan, existing district plan is too permissive. That means we always have to fight against something. That should be clear in the first place, that a developer shouldn't buy a piece of land with the intention to do something that doesn't make sense from either environmental reasons or character reasons or other rules. So we have been supporting council's objection against the Taps Farm development at the Environment Court. Now Paul is sitting around. If the plans were clearer, this would not be necessary. Therefore, we would like the final outcome of the plan to be more clear and to avoid all these conflicts. Yes, and Melanie mentioned already as well that actually only about 3 months ago, I was sitting here giving a deputation to council. I think you were here. Requesting to have everybody in council to put a climate lens over every decision being made. Climate change, as I said, is overarching and needs to be considered with everything. If we forget about climate change when making a decision, approval or whatever, it may be too late later on to reverse it. So I suggest to put the climate lens even in the strategic directions so that it covers all the sections. In conclusion, these strategic directions are pivotal for fostering prosperous, sorry, well-connected and environmentally sustainable. Based on solid and clear rules, we can build a future that respects our heritage, supports our community, and prepares us for the challenges ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. It's pretty clear. I think I could say that I understand where you're coming from when it comes to your submissions on the need for multimodal transport. Shift coming, whether we like it or not, it seems. I don't think it's a conflict of interest, but I can declare that I am a keen cyclist and I use my bicycle back where I live to travel to and from work as often as I can, and can be dangerous at times. I also understand your desire to have a climate change focused lens. I think the plan is attempting to do that. It may be that it needs more work in that area, so we'll consider those things as well. And also too, your focus on water quality, which I think everybody on this panel is also very keenly aware of. There's only so much you can do at a district level because the water is in another jurisdiction, but there are things you can do on the land that can have better outcomes in the water.
Can you put something into the PDP that requires council to cooperate with NRC? Because we have been talking to NRC and to FNDC as a personal, and council and nobody does anything.
It's implicit in the legislation. Who knows, maybe we do need a nudge.
All we have at the moment is by NRC a website which indicates which spots are at the moment dangerous. But that is ridiculous. I mean, we need to get rid of the dangerous.
I understand. I'll see if the other commissioners have any.
But I don't want to be an employee.
Sorry?
I don't want to become an employee of FNDC. I need that to Melanie.
Even be outside.
The other observation I'll make is obviously your submission doesn't just really cover strategic section of the plan, and we will be seeing you in other hearings, I take.
Sorry, I missed your deputation. And sorry, we're not a unitary authority as well.
Maybe I'll send you the script. Although you know now, of course.
It was just two questions about, I guess, strategic direction and some of the statements you made. The first question about the previous plan being quite permissive, and a lot of your context relates to Kaikohe and development in the Kaikohe area. Do you think that under the proposed plan, we need to be a lot more strict on the Kaikohe area, but what about the rest of the district? Do you think the approach is to be more permissive so that people move to the other areas, or to be stricter on Kaikohe so there's more strict development regulation there, or can you give some narrative around?
Yes, I think it should be for the whole district. We should avoid urban sprawl, and that does not only concern Kaikohe, but obviously the other towns as well. We have heard before from farmers and others that they are concerned, of course, that subdividing their farms when they are getting old, that creates a problem, of course. But of course, if we start building all over the place over productive land, it will be very difficult for future generations, and it cannot be turned back. I mean, once approvals have been given for new houses and buildings and industries, you will never be able to get that back. So it's a perpetual problem all over the district.
And so one of the other matters you bring up about is climate change, and part of that is looking at managing hazards. I've asked a number of questions about the hazards chapter because it's a new one that our district has never had. If what you're proposing in your submission, about having a focus on climate change and hazards as a consequence of that, the amount of hazards that we have in our district is significant. Is significant, a lot of coastal areas, huge areas outside. What's for those areas that are, outside of those hazards? I'm not sure how much land area that is. It might not be a lot. How do we balance that with having so few ratepayers in the district? Huge areas of Māori land, dockland, and so the people that do pay rates to pay for this infrastructure that we want and to pay for the climate change methods that we want. How do we get that balance in your view from what you're seeking under the strategic direction focus?
Well, anything financial is obviously always very difficult, and even also, I mean, local retreat from endangered areas will obviously make it necessary for the government to get into the play, to see how it is fair to get reasonable results. Insurance companies, but obviously eventually property owners will be suffering as well. But I don't really have a solution for that. I really don't know.
Thank you for your presentation. That was great. It's good to hear that we've got community groups out there that are out there seeking better outcomes. So just a bit of a query really, rather than anything else. Are developers or council aware of your particular group and your outcomes and that the vision Kirikiri is seeking?
I would think so. There's a real estate gentleman outside. He knows us quite well. We are supportive for the Brownlee development, which enables Kirikiri to grow close to the town rather than spreading out like the Tubbs Farm, which is going through a residential road over a single lane bridge with kiwi birds on the river banks and top agricultural land, so soil, which we don't have much more, and they want to build additional 130 houses, which we don't think makes sense. So yeah, Vision Kirikiri has been founded in 2005, and we have been quite vocal. We have newsletters. We have a website providing a lot of information. We have a good relationship with councils. I think we're quite well respected. We were lucky to have good chairpersons before me who gave good direction. So I think so.
That's how you became quite aware of that 8-story proposal that hasn't fruition.
Yes, and we are all getting, well, we all have grey hair now, so we have become a little tired, and therefore we were very happy that about 3 years ago, another community group called Our Kirikiri has been created. They started with a lot of consultation, the general public, what they wanted and so on, which is obviously beneficial to council staff as well, with our plans that we are working on. So, and they have taken over some of the activities. We cooperate with them as well. I often join their trustee meetings to see what they are doing, and they join our meetings. So we compare notes. So that's pretty important.
Oh, that's good to hear. We just need to have more of those in our townships and communities.
Yeah.
But no, I appreciate this conversation.
And there's another group which is involved there as well.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much for your submission and presentation today and your answers to our questions. We will hear the next submitter. I just want to say to everyone who's rumbling tummies at the moment, we are running a little bit late, but we are going to hear the final submission to the Carbon Neutral Trust.
Little Rolf.
That's Inga Bremer. I pronounced your name properly?
Yes. Perfect.
Wonderful. Okay, well, we have your presentation submission here.
Thank you.
And while we are running a little bit late, I don't want to rush you. You take as much.
I'll be fairly short. And since Melanie and Gareth and I are working together a lot, so many things are already mentioned. So kia ora, councillors, Watson and Foy and Harawira and Walker. I'm quite happy to see that there's so much experience here, especially with district plans. We've been looking at the district plan for a long time now. This one is operative since 2009, that's 15 years. And we've been looking what the council is doing, and we have been trying to help think in the whole process. A lot of it on septic tank matters, etc. here in Kaikohe, but mainly about the environment. My name is Inga Bremer. I've been living here in the Kaikohe for 22 years. We have fairly close relationship with Ngāti by now. I'm studying at the local Kaikohe which is not so easy at this age because you forget a lot. But we have learned so much about the Whenua, and I think that is important. Whenua as not only the land, as we see it, but as a as a life-creating source. And if we don't protect that, and if we don't protect our moana at the same time, we are basically shot. I mean, all the other things don't make very much sense. So I represent here as a founding member and as a trustee from Trust, which we founded in 2018. I'm also, by the way, the treasurer of the trust. So I'm very money-minded from my former life as well. We have lived in the Far East for a long time. I was involved in the management of joint ventures with Malaysia, with Indonesia, and with China. So I have a fairly good understanding about what good rules can do or not. For example, when we lived in Singapore for 17 years, I was in charge of 2 joint ventures in China and 1 in Indonesia and 1 in Malaysia. And in Singapore, the rules are clear. Everything works. Technocrats are working out. And in Indonesia and Malaysia, the rules are under discretion of the officials. And that means there are a lot of problems. So with that in mind, I have helped to look at the strategic definitions for the new proposed district plan. And together with Melanie, who's a scientist and very much working on details, and with Olf, who has a very clear financial mind, he used to be a banker. We have come up with the criteria as basically presented by Melanie already, and Wolf has commented on it. The gist of all the thinking and observing what has happened here and having been part in the environmental court case with Fox Farm is that I find we need very, very clear rules, and they need to be unambiguous. They need to avoid discretionary decision-making as much as possible. The discretionary decision-making, in my opinion, which is a layperson's opinion, of course, for example, on the Coromandel district, have really led to problems. Whereas good decision-making and clear rules can lead to a lot of good outcomes. And coming back to Singapore a bit again, the outcomes there are really fantastic. We have good forecasts for social housing. They are within 2% of what the needs are. They use AI a lot. They use algorithms all over the place. Partially, it's 20 algorithms combined together to come to clear objectives. And I think the Far North District is in a very special position. It's surrounded by the oceans, we have a lot of shorelines. We have a lot more possibilities for energies from the ocean, not only solar, wind, and as our project NAFA energy sources. We also have extremely good, in my opinion, background for resilience. We have these 250 marae, and the resilience has been proven in the last 2 big storms to be very good here. So we have the potential to come somewhere, but I think we need really, really clear rules and strategies so that investors, as we should welcome investors. I mean, we need more money, we need more finance, we need more financial contribution, but they must know exactly where they can fit in and how it can be beneficial for all of us. So that's my comments on the strategies. In the detail, I have submitted the written form here, and I will give it in the draft to you.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay. That's basically the summary of what I can say.
Yeah, thank you. And I see a number of the themes in your evidence are similar to Vision Kerikeri's themes.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
We work so closely together.
Yes. And so I don't have any, but the questions I would have asked, I asked of the previous submitter will apply to you, so I won't ask them again. But I'll see if any of the other commissioners have any questions.
Just to say, it's useful to see the examples you've given there, like of Mackenzie District Council and Whanau and District Council, Kings Coromandel District Council there. Useful to see that, because that's a question we put to some of the submitters. Can they give us an example in other areas? So thanks for that. It's useful. So have a look at that with interest. Thanks.
And I have one more addition just now, as the Vision Kerikeri stuff was coming in a bit too strongly. Carbon Neutral Trust, 6 years ago, we were in a situation here where climate change was still very far from people's minds. It has, through the disastrous weather events, come much closer. During all this time, we have tried to get more understanding for greenhouse gases and what happens. So Carbon Neutral Trust is active not only here, we are active in the whole district. We are active also in Waiheke Island in order to come to a situation where people are really clear, what does it mean? What can an individual do? So we run programs. We have a very extensive website with a carbon calculator that we created in 2018. And we are giving seminars, and we are inviting scientists here from the Climate Change Commission. James Renwick is a friend, David Louis coming, Richard Levy was here. These are David Louis and Richard Levy is here. These three, Renwick, Louis, and Levy, are friends working together in Wellington, right? So we try to get as much information here as possible and to make it as understandable as possible. We had a school program, and we are continuing with that. Everything was a bit with COVID, but that's what we do. And we are all retired and we all have time to learn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sitting here all day. You've been waiting patiently.
It's very interesting.
Sorry we've run over time, but that's only because we're wanting to ask questions. You want to give us lengthy answers, which is a good thing. So thank you very much for your submission and the presentation. We are a little bit over time. Maybe we might squeeze our lunch break down to 45 minutes. How do we feel about that?
Stop the recording. Stop the recording. Okay, I'll be in the room and stop the recording. 15.